I'm Robert Bonner, the Chair of the Civilian Oversight Commission. We have two witnesses that we expect to appear and testify today, Max Fernandez and Mark Lillienfeld. Following their testimony, we'll discuss possible next steps. Let me say that this is a special hearing of the Civilian Oversight Commission, and I mean that only to distinguish it from our regularly monthly hearings. The special hearing, like most of our special hearings, has a single focus. Its purpose is to inquire regarding am I not being picked up? Our purpose is to inquire regarding both the creation and use of a unit of the Sheriff's Department called the Civil Rights and Public Corruption Detail, and to essentially inquire into that particular unit of the Sheriff's Department that was created a few years back. So let me just say, like any other meeting of the Civilian Oversight Commission, any other public hearing, to ensure a productive meeting for everyone here, please follow the Code of Conduct guidelines that we've established for the Commission. We'll now move on with a roll call to make sure we have a quorum. Tracy, could you take the roll for us?
I will now conduct the roll call. Chair Robert C. Bonner.
Here.
Co-Vice Chair Luis S. Garcia.
Here.
Co-Vice Chair Hans Johnson. Commissioner Arthur Callaway.
Here.
Commissioner Irma Cooper.
Present.
Commissioner Patricia Giggins. Absent.
She's walking in right now.
Oh, Commissioner Patricia Giggins. Present. Commissioner James P. Harris.
Here.
Commissioner Jamon R. Hicks.
Present.
Commissioner Sean Kennedy.
Here.
Chair Bonner, we have a quorum. I turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. I'm now going to turn to Commissioner Sean Kennedy for an overview, any overview he wishes to give before calling the first witness at this hearing. Commissioner Kennedy.
This is not working, right? Grab this one. Yeah. Welcome to Loyola Law School, where we're going to start, as the chair just said, start a special hearing. And I just wanted to make some remarks before we call the witnesses. Also, I want to say, I know it's a little warm, but we've turned up the air, so it's going to get cooler. I apologize. We have a full house and it makes it warmer. The LA County Sheriff's Department has a long history of deputy gangs and cliques within its ranks, and this commission has been investigating for several years the negative impact of these secret subgroups on the department itself, and more importantly, the communities that the department is supposed to serve. Oversight officials from many different orders, including many people who are in this room right now, started to ask hard questions about how and why the LASD leadership allowed these groups to proliferate and thrive. They asked whether the department was disclosing the deputies' misconduct and dishonesty to the district attorney's office as required by the landmark U.S. Supreme Court case Brady versus Maryland. And they asked whether department officials were investigating whether deputies involved in fatal shootings had deputy gang or clique tattoos. Unfortunately, the response from former Sheriff Villanueva, Alex Villanueva, was to assemble a group of deputies, some of whom are tattooed members of these subgroups themselves, to investigate oversight officials who were asking the hard questions. And he called the group the Civil Rights and Public Corruption Detail. He removed them from the ordinary chain of command and had them report directly to the number 2 official in the department at that time, under Sheriff Timothy Murakami, who, after flouting COC subpoenas for almost 2 years, finally appeared and was forced to admit that he was a tattooed caveman himself. Many outside officials and ethics experts had warned former Sheriff Villanueva not to proceed with this unprecedented detail because the department should not be investigating its own oversight officials, but he proceeded with the detail anyway. The results were disastrous, to say the least. Many people were branded felony suspects or had their homes and nonprofits searched in highly publicized investigations that never resulted in the filing of any criminal charges. But the chill on oversight was real and continues to this day. In today's special hearing, we will seek information about the purpose and the history of this special detail from 2 especially active members, Max O. Fernandez and Mark Lillienfeld. So if the chair has any other words to say, I'm ready to
Call the first witness, Commissioner Kennedy.
Our special counsel, we don't have special counsel today, so I'm going to be acting as the lawyer. And our first witness is Max Fernandez.
Mr. Fernandez, would you step forward, sir?
Sean, you got to turn your microphone back.
Yes.
You'd raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before this oversight commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated, sir. And if we, for the record, would you just state your full name and then perhaps spell your last name for us?
Yeah, it's Max M-A-X Fernandez, Fernandez.
And you may proceed, Commissioner Kennedy.
Good morning, Mr. Fernandez.
Morning.
Are you affiliated with a secret tattoo group within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department?
No.
Okay. Could we place exhibit number, there's a little exhibit book in front of you, right on the stand? Could you turn to exhibit number 5?
Exhibit 5. Okay.
Do you recognize exhibit number 5?
I do.
What is it?
It's a drawing that I made. I draw. I'm an
Okay.
artist. It's a drawing I made back in like the early 2000s when I first went out to Compton Station. Compton Station didn't have a logo, or most stations have like a mascot type logo. And since I was the one that drew, they wanted a t-shirt logo. So I made it for t-shirts, for Baker to Vegas t-shirts and things of that nature. It's my understanding that after I left Compton, some guys got it tattooed. But yeah, that's definitely my drawing.
And do you have this tattoo on your left leg?
Do I have this tattoo on my leg?
Yes.
I have a tattoo on my ankle,
Uh-huh.
and I got it before I became a deputy sheriff. Has nothing to do with law enforcement. I don't have any other tattoo on my other leg, but yeah, that's my answer.
Do you have this tattoo on your body
Do I have this tattoo on my body?
or something similar to it?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that? Like, where is it? I don't want to invade your privacy, but
Well, you are, and like I said, I never was part of any group. I draw my own tattoos. I have tattoos, and yes, this is a tattoo that I drew for myself. And my understanding is after I left the station, guys copied a version of it. I don't even think it's the same tattoo that they have now, but it's like some weird version of it. I've seen a version of it in the LA Times, but that's about as far as my personal knowledge of the tattoos, clicks and stuff, which I don't really know much because it's not really part of my life. You know, I left the station early on. I was there like 24 years ago. I went on to become a detective. There was no numbers or anything like that when I was there. There was no, and it's my understanding that guys took it from the t-shirts and made a tattoo of it later. And that's just what I heard about. I actually don't know for a fact. So it's kind of hearsay.
What year did you join the sheriff's department?
In 98.
And when did you put this tattoo or something similar to it on your ankle?
This one I drew sometime around 2000,
Okay,
maybe early 2000.
right. No, but my question was, so you have a tattoo similar to this on your ankle, you've testified?
No, I do not have a tattoo like this on my ankle. No, no.
Oh,
I'm sorry. That was.
oh, okay.
misspoke.
I misunderstood you. Could you just, just generally describe the tattoo you have on your ankle?
No,
Okay. You can't do it.
no, I don't see why I should answer that. That sounds like a privacy issue. It's not a station tattoo. I don't have a group or a gang associated with it. And it's a personal tattoo.
Okay. Okay.
It's also just wordy. It's not even a picture.
Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Kennedy.
So you're not going to tell this commission where this tattoo is on your body, some version of this tattoo?
Correct.
Okay. Is the tattoo that you have sequentially numbered?
No.
And when you made this drawing, what is this a drawing of, Mr. Fernandez or Detective Fernandez?
So most of my drawings are Japanese style. This was based off of samurai armor. And I think they wanted something that was a little, when I say they, I mean like the patrol guys wanted something that was a little different from all the other logos from other stations. And I came up with the axe and I think the axe and the shield were another deputy's idea, and they asked me to incorporate that. And it was just like a group effort, but it was based on samurai, but then they didn't really want a samurai. So we made it kind of outer spacious looking like fantasy. It's not really based on anything like on Earth.
Mm-hmm. And the shield, it says CPT. What does that mean?
CPT is it's the mark for the station, the letters for the station.
All right. So it's an abbreviation for Compton Station.
It's an abbreviation for Compton, yes.
Okay. And it looks like the knee also has a skull. Is that right?
Yeah, it's been so long since I drew it. There is a skull on the knee, and it's like an alien skull. It's got like, fangs. It's based on the Giger alien from the movie Aliens.
And the weapon, what is the weapon that is being held there?
An axe?
Okay.
Yeah, it's an axe.
Was this meant to depict a gladiator?
No, it's nothing near a gladiator. A gladiator would be, I mean, you mean like a Rome, like
Yeah, in
Rome?
antiquity, fighters who entered the arena and fought to the death.
Yeah, no, that doesn't look anything like what gladiator armor would look like.
Okay.
No.
Do other members who have a tattoo similar to this drawing refer to it as the gladiators, if you know?
The first time I've ever heard that was when I watched Testimony here. And I've watched this show before. Some of the old episodes, somebody talked about a gladiator.
Someone being Larry Waldy?
Maybe it might have been Larry Waldy, right?
You know him, don't you?
Yeah, I know Larry Waldy.
And he said that he's a member of the gladiators.
I
He
don't-
testified to that.
I don't actually remember. I watched it so long ago.
Do you know him to have this tattoo?
I actually don't.
Okay. Have you ever heard this symbol being referred to as the gladiator tattoo?
I said I just did, yes.
Okay. And do you consider yourself a gladiator?
No. Like I said, nobody had this tattoo when I was there. When I got my tattoos, nobody had it. There wasn't a group. This happened after I left.
Okay.
I also remember them not calling it a subgroup or a gang. It was like a friendship tattoo or something like that. And then there was another tattoo. I remember it was part of the Larry Waldy testimony. Right, something to that nature, and they call themselves the Gladiators. That wasn't a thing when I was in patrol. 24 years ago, I'd never heard it called a Gladiator, and I didn't know that other guys got it tattooed on until later.
Mhm. And why is it a secret where your tattoo is or what you have? I mean,
It's not a secret.
okay, but you're not going to tell us about it.
Oh, you mean you want me to tell you and everybody else here and everybody on the internet? No, I don't. I think that's a privacy issue, but it's not a secret.
Uh-huh. Okay. Now, Detective Fernandez, you were involved in a fatal shooting in 2003. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you turn to exhibit 16 in the book?
Okay.
So my question is, you shot a 27-year-old African-American man named Bryce Ross. Do you recall that? I know it's a long time ago.
No, I recall it. I mean, when someone tries to kill you, you remember that. I remember Bryce Ross being a murder suspect. I remember him pulling a gun on me. I remember all of that. I remember shooting and surviving that shooting. I do remember that. That would stand out. I mean, I understand that you wouldn't know what that's like, but it would definitely stand out in your life if it ever happened to you.
I definitely don't know what it's like. So,
Oh, I know.
So you believed that Mr. Ross was a murder suspect. You were reporting to another offense, and then you saw this person on the streets, and you believe he looked like a murder suspect.
No, he was a named suspect of a murder.
Okay. And you said
Federal
that,
murders, actually. I think it was 7 murders is what I was told he was wanted for.
yeah. Is there any court finding in that regard?
You mean I didn't know. When we were told we're going to testify here, my attorney asked what we're going to testify to, and you guys refused to tell us. So I don't have any folders or any files. I'm prepared to do any of this testimony, really. So I don't have any documents to show you. All I have is the documents that you're showing me.
Well, this is, I mean, you recognize.
I keep hearing people talking in the
Yeah,
audience.
let's not, we don't want any chatter back there. So go ahead with next question,
Sure.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So you said that Mr. Ross shot at you. Is that what you said?
That's not what I said.
Okay. I don't mean to mischaracterize it. So why don't you just tell us what you said?
What I said was Mr. Bryce pointed a gun at me.
Mhm. And was a gun recovered from the site of the shooting?
A gun was recovered from the house where a suspect picked up the gun and ran to.
Okay. My question was, when you fatally shot Mr. Ross, did he have a gun?
Well, yes, he did. He had a gun. I just said that he pointed a gun at me. So obviously he had a gun. Your question is misleading in saying that there was no gun recovered, but there was a gun recovered. A suspect from the group that he was with picked up the gun and ran. Witnesses testified to that, and they found a gun in an abandoned house where the suspect ran to.
But did they find a gun on him after you shot him, immediately after you shot him?
It's a misleading question.
I'm just
No,
asking.
just answer the question. It's either yes or no.
It's obvious that the gun was not found on him. If I just said a suspect picked up the gun, ran, witnesses saw it, I saw it, witnesses testified to it, and they found the gun in an abandoned house the suspect ran into. But no, the gun was not recovered on him.
Okay. And you said that you made the drawing that we talked about, Exhibit 5, in the early 2000s.
Correct.
And this shooting was in 2003.
Correct.
Did you getting a tattoo that looks somewhat like the drawing that we've been discussing, when did you get that tattoo?
I don't remember. I mean, I drew it in the early 2000s before that shooting. And I usually, if I draw something that I like, I'll get it tattooed like immediately. So, but I don't remember the actual date.
Did you get a tattoo that looks like the drawing that we've been discussing after the shooting of Bryce Ross, if you remember?
It definitely was not after the shooting, no.
Okay. Do you have any idea when it was?
I just said when I drew it in the early 2000s, I must have drawn it. And I mean, you're talking 24 years ago.
I know. I apologize about that, but I'm just asking questions. Was it in 2003?
I don't remember. It was before the shooting, though. I know that.
Mhm.
At least I believe so.
Have you ever heard of an inking party, Detective Fernandez?
An inking party?
Yeah.
You mean like when people go together to a party and get tattooed?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And have you ever gone to an inking party when someone got a tattoo that looks like Exhibit 5, the drawing that you?
Oh, no, you mean deputies going to inking parties? No, when I grew up in East LA, guys used to do that at, high school parties. I don't think I've ever been to a party where someone gets a tattoo.
Okay.
I mean, not a deputy, no.
And aside from, you said some deputies at the Compton station had adopted your drawing for the Baker Run as a tattoo. Do you know how many?
No, I know I'm not part of any group, so I wouldn't know. I don't think they share that information with anybody who's not part of their, whatever their like little group. I don't know.
Can I ask, do you know how they would know that you drew that if you don't have any association with them?
No, everybody knew that I was the guy that drew it. I mean, I drew a lot of stuff. I didn't just draw that. I drew a lot of the station logos. There's a mural in the Compton gym that I drew. So I drew a lot of the murals. There's a big shield with 2 axes that somebody had Disney make for them into like a big giant plaque, and they put it up at the station. I drew that also. Everybody knew that I drew. I also drew a lot of cartoons.
Uh-huh.
So I was known to draw. When I was bored and I'm sitting in a containment, I would draw. Actually, I drew that. I think I started drawing it like we were just sitting on a containment one day.
Okay. So coming more to the present, because I've been asking you about old stuff and I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Sure.
Were you a member of this specialized detail, the civil rights and public corruption detail?
Yes.
And when did you join the specialized detail?
Oh,
I mean, approximately. I know you don't.
it had to be. So I was there close to 3 years, and that was almost 2 years ago. So maybe about 4 or 5 years ago.
Mhm. And could you tell us how you were selected to become a member of the Civil Rights and Public Correction and Detail?
I really don't know. So I was working special victims, which we handle like rapes and child molestation cases. And I was just told I had a good reputation for being a good, clean detective, and they wanted somebody to work this public corruption unit. And I had done stuff with internal affairs and anti-corruption stuff in the past. So I don't know how I was selected, to be exact. But one day I was called and my captain told me I'd been selected to go some specialized unit. And I'd never met Sheriff Villanueva or Murakami before.
Mhm.
And so it was a surprise to me. And all of a sudden I was told that I was going to this specialized unit and I was going to pick up corruption cases. I spoke to the DA over, one of the first meetings was I spoke to the head of the public corruption unit of the DA's office. And he goes, we've got these cases. We got one case here that involves a board supervisor member it has all kinds of corruption. They're stealing taxpayer money. They're laundering money through like a nonprofit. It involves Miss Patty Giggins and her nonprofit. And eventually he said this was a really strong case. There's a lot of corruption here. And he thought it was a really good case. And so that's how I got assigned the case.
Mhm.
Who told you that?
It was the head DA, Yokelson maybe was his name. I don't really remember. He was the head DA over at the public corruption unit at the DA's office.
And approximately when and where did that meeting take place? Was it an in-person meeting? And when?
In-person meeting, it happened at the Hall of Justice. And I don't remember the date.
But it would have been early on when you
Yeah,
were
at the very
asked to
beginning.
join the detail.
Correct.
Mr. Kennedy.
Detective Fernandez, do you have any prior experience in public corruption investigations?
Prior experience, public corruption? No, I mean, I've got experience in a lot of, high profile cases that made the media before this. But as far as corruption, no, I learned on the go. I took a bunch of classes. We did the whole AG, Public Corruption Academy. We went to, Vegas and did training with the Metro team. I spoke to Texas Rangers who also do, and I had weekly meetings with the FBI where we discussed it, and they actually got guided by the FBI on this actual Patricia Giggins case. The FBI actually guided us on it through the case. So most of the training was through them.
But before you were selected to become a member of the special detail, you didn't have any experience or training in investigating public corruption cases.
No, I did a lot of child molestation and a lot of multiple gang type
Yeah.
investigations before that.
Tough
Mr.
work.
Fernandez, I'm just going to say that it'll go a lot faster if you just answer the question and not,
Well, I have all day.
that was a yes or no. I mean, so try to do that because it'll go a lot faster.
Right,
Otherwise,
but some of the answers aren't just yes or no answers. I mean, I could explain a little more.
well, the question was, though, did you have
The questions are
experience
very
in public
leading.
corruption?
The questions are very
And
leading.
the answer is either you did or you didn't, and you've said no, but anyway, you went on and talked about some other things. So I'm just saying, look, try to be responsive. That's all, like any witness.
I
Just try to
feel
be
like I'm being
responsive.
responsive, and that's the way I answer, and that's how my answer is going to go.
Mhm.
I'm not going to play this game with your
Okay,
leading
so
questions.
what FBI agent guided you in your
I
investigation?
don't have their names, and I don't think.
You don't know, you cannot name any of the FBI agents? that gave
No,
you
I
guidance in the
cannot, no.
investigation?
No, I cannot.
Well, how many FBI agents?
So-
gave you- How many?
Listen
Listen to
I'll
my-
tell you right now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to answer you. If you want me to answer, I'll answer you.
I do. How many, I'm asking now, how many FBI agents were involved in giving you guidance with respect to an investigation of Commissioner Giggins?
Let's see, it was the head agent in charge was there. There was at least 4 that I could remember. All of it's documented in all my reports, but the sheriff's department, I mean, our unit has taken all my reports. I haven't been able to read my reports, or they've all been taken from me from like 2 years ago. So I can't really research it, but it's all in my
I
report.
just asked you how
We
many,
documented
I'm just
it.
asking you how many, and then I was going to ask you their names, and I think you said you don't remember any of their names.
That's
And
correct.
you said there was somebody that was in charge of a unit. What unit of the
I think it'd go
FBI?
a lot quicker if you listen to my answers. I already answered all that.
You don't need to be argumentative with me.
I'm
I'm
not
trying to be
arguing.
courteous and polite, so just, if you could, just listen to my question
Okay, go
and
ahead.
answer it.
I'll answer it
So,
again.
so I'm trying to understand who you talked to at the FBI. So, and I realize it's 3, 4, 5 years ago, whatever it is.
Right.
But you said there was somebody that was ahead of the group, and I'm trying to get which group or unit of the FBI. Did you talk to the special agent in charge of the FBI?
I did.
Okay, well, you don't remember his name?
Los Angeles office. No, I don't remember his name. It was 2 years ago. It was more than 2 years ago.
Okay, all right. So Ed, you met with him at 11,000 Wilshire Boulevard?
I did, yes.
Okay, and there were other agents there?
There were other agents there. Yeah.
And they guided you. Let me ask this very simple question. Did the FBI ever come in and say, we'll take over this investigation from the sheriff's department? That's a yes or no answer, sir. Did they ever tell you?
To answer you.
You refused to answer?
I was about to answer you.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, go ahead.
I was told they were going to take over the investigation after the Sheila Kill search warrant.
Okay.
Yes, I was told.
And did they do that?
I don't know, because they won't confirm or deny it. I haven't got a letter that it's been declined yet. So I don't know if they're actually investigating it or not.
Did you stop your investigation? When I say you, I mean the public corruption detail. Did it stop its investigation after the search warrants of Sheila Kuehl's house and Commissioner Giggins' house?
No,
So your investigation continued?
for about 3 days, and then it stopped because Rob Bonta's office took it.
Okay, so the Attorney General of the State of California took over.
Correct.
Okay, got you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Could you tell us who was the leader of the detail that you worked in?
The leader of the detail?
Yeah, the head of it.
Well, you mean the Undersheriff Murakami?
Was he the leader, the actual leader?
Well, there wasn't a leader. I mean, he was our direct command above us. He was, my supervisor.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't use the word leader.
Who did you report to?
Yeah, sure. Undersheriff Murakami.
And while you were in the detail, Detective Fernandez, did you ever tell a third party that you were going to, quote, take down the Board of Supervisors?
No,
You're
that doesn't
laughing,
sound
but
familiar.
I just asked you.
That sounds, no, that doesn't sound familiar, no.
Okay. So if someone close to you said that, they'd be lying
Yeah, yeah,
or at least mistaken.
yeah, no, it sounds like a direct lie. It doesn't sound like something I would say. Yeah, I mean, like seriously, walk around and say I'm going to take down the Board of Supervisors? No, that sounds ridiculous. I mean, unless it was said in joking, I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with the prosecutor's Brady duty in criminal cases?
Yes,
Okay. And how would you describe the Brady duty in a criminal case?
Brady duty.
Uh-huh.
Um,
The Brady obligation, there may be slight differences in the way we talk about it.
right. I mean, so we deal with is like a Brady list, like so there's certain things that have to be disclosed to defense if you've been in some type of violation. I mean, off the top of my head, I can't really describe it to you, but is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you're familiar that in a criminal case, the prosecution has to disclose exculpatory evidence to the accused person before trial, right? You know that.
Yeah.
And they have to disclose impeaching information about prosecution witnesses,
Okay.
including deputy witnesses at a
Right.
criminal trial. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
And have you ever heard this term like Brady list deputy or Brady list officer?
Yeah, I just said, yeah, the Brady list.
Okay. Well, I was talking about the Brady obligation,
Right.
and now I'm talking about a Brady list deputy.
And in my answer, I said, yes.
Okay, what's that?
Brady list, right.
What's a Brady list deputy or
The
Brady?
Brady list deputy is a deputy that's on the list because of some form of, he's got something in his background that has to be disclosed, right?
Okay.
He or she.
Can I ask, are you a Brady list deputy?
No.
Okay.
No, you could ask, but the answer is no, I'm not on a Brady list.
Okay. In 2005,
Uh-huh.
didn't a Superior Court judge find that you deliberately gave false testimony in a felony trial in Compton?
No, I've never heard that story in my life. This sounds like something you made up.
Well, I'm not trying to make anything up, so why don't we go to exhibit number 11?
Okay.
And so do you recall this case, People versus Aquino?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Where,
And
where's my name? I'm looking for it.
well, let's just take a look. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it'd be easier if you just showed me what the name was.
Well, if you turn to page 2, it says Sheriff's Deputy Max Fernandez, and it talks about you being the IO and testifying in this trial.
Okay.
Okay. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you remember this?
3 suspect members, Locos Stresa gang. Okay. 1 appellate neighbor testified the appellant told about a year prior the shooting. He was a member of the Locos Stresa gang. Upon the arrival to this location, Fernandez saw 3 male Hispanics standing near a car. One of the men was appellant. Let's see. The other was Fernandez attempted to detain the man. Okay. What part are we looking for actually?
Well, if you turn to page 5, I'm sorry, page 3 of the opinion,
Okay.
on the left side, the last sentence where it says, however, the trial court found that there was no question that Fernandez's testimony regarding this matter was false.
Where it says Deputy Fernandez's testimony about the hooded jacket did not affect the outcome of the trial.
Yes, in that heading, if you go to the last sentence on the left.
Well, let me read it all in
Sure.
context.
Have you finished?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like it's some sort of like appellate decision
Yes.
where it says there was no questions. Fernandez's testimony regarding this matter was false about a jacket found in a car, which I don't recall. And then here it says that it didn't matter whether the testimony was intentionally false is not relevant. So they didn't actually discuss whether or not I made a mistake or if I lied. But other than that, I mean, I don't remember this incident.
He's just going to ask you a question. He asked you to read it now. Mr. Kennedy, did you have a question?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
So you said there's no finding that it was like intentionally false. Is that what you just said?
I mean, so far what I've read, it said
Okay.
that there was no, that
Well,
it didn't matter whether or not it was intentionally false or if it was some sort of mistake.
Okay.
I don't remember.
well, on this same page, let's go to the right, the last sentence, which begins with, while there is nothing before, and then we turn the page, us that shows that Fernandez's testimony about the hooded jacket was intentionally elicited by the prosecution. The testimony was deliberate and no slip of the tongue and helpful to the prosecution.
Yeah, who wrote, I don't even know what I'm reading. Who wrote this?
The California Court of Appeal,
Some defense attorney or I don't know.
the
who wrote
court,
this.
the justices on the Court of Appeal
Okay.
wrote this opinion.
Okay, well, I mean, it's there in writing. Like I said, it also says that that they didn't decide whether or not it was irrelevant. It was irrelevant whether or not it was an accident or not. I don't, what are you getting at? You're calling me a liar? Is that what you're saying?
No. Look, we're just here to try to get the facts. So the question is really, were you aware that a Superior Court judge said that you gave false testimony in a criminal proceeding?
I was not aware, no.
Okay. Or you've never been told that?
No, I've never been told that, no.
And are you aware that then the appellate court also found that it was deliberate?
Like I just said, I read in the same thing that it said that they didn't determine whether or not it was deliberate or not. But I mean, if they could read my mind and tell me that I deliberately lied, is that what you're telling me? On a case I don't even remember?
Well, I don't want to be quarrelsome, but the appellate court said the testimony was deliberate and no slip of the tongue and helpful to the prosecution.
Right, in that paragraph, and then you go back and it says that they didn't determine whether or not it was deliberate or not. I mean,
No.
okay, so what? Can we move on?
I think the
or-
case is going to speak for itself. So
Yeah. I
apparently
just
it is,
want,
it is a little surprised. Aren't you a little surprised that you were a deputy sheriff and nobody ever told you this? Because this is the kind of thing that would put you on the Brady list, isn't it?
I
Mr.
don't know,
Fernandez.
because like I said, it looks like an appellate, it's an appellate court. I get that. And it also says that they didn't determine if it was accidental or not. So, I mean,
Well, it speaks for itself in that regard, but they also say the Superior Court judge found that you lied under oath at that criminal trial. I'm trying to get at, why wouldn't you know that? And why weren't you put on the Brady list? Because that's a very serious matter. If a judge of the Superior Court, much less the Court of Appeals justices, has determined that you're.
Maybe because they
lied.
also wrote that they couldn't determine if it was accidental or not. So maybe that's why I wasn't put on a Brady list. Because it's in the same page even. So maybe that's the reason.
All right, you're-
I don't know. You tell me.
No, you're
You were a
speculating,
judge.
and I don't want you to do that particularly, but okay, I was trying to understand why you were never.
Speculating to why I was
I
never.
was trying to, I'm totally, I mean, because the district attorney's office, which was representing the people of the state of California in this case, they knew what the Superior Court judge found, and then they knew what the Court of Appeals found. And I just, you've told me, so I'm accept it, that you were never told that. And as far as you know, you were never put on the Brady list because of
Sure.
lying under oath in a criminal case.
Yeah, because I've never lied under oath in a criminal case.
Well, but I realize that's your testimony, but we're looking at the record here of a Superior Court judge.
That says they didn't determine whether or not it was accidental or
Well,
not.
the Superior Court judge said, no, the Superior Court judge, first of all, this is the appellate court, but
Right,
we don't
it's
need
the
to, we don't need to get bogged down on it. Actually, I think probably we thrashed through this enough. Commissioner Kennedy, unless you have further questions on this particular issue.
No, I don't. I just want to say, I think that the witness is speaking about the materiality determination. The court clearly says this is deliberate testimony. So the trial prosecutor that you worked with in this case never notified you about this finding.
I just said, I don't even remember this case. It was 2000, it was 20 years ago. I don't even remember this case. I don't remember testifying in this case. I don't remember anything about a jacket.
And have you been testifying in criminal cases since 2005?
Of course, yes.
And I guess since you don't know, obviously, you're not telling the prosecutors that you're working with that a judge found that you gave false testimony at a felony trial.
I did not give false testimony. And no, I don't tell anybody that I gave false testimony because I did not give false testimony. If they determine that I made a mistake, then that's on them, but I did not give false testimony. I've never lied on the stand. That's ridiculous. Why would I do that? I'm an anti-corruption cop.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Did I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you finish your answer?
No, I'm hearing the audience call me a joke and I get it, whatever.
I'm
see.
sorry about that. I intend to treat you with all the respect that you deserve.
Right.
To your knowledge, does the sheriff's department have any protocols or procedures for notifying prosecutors about a judicial finding that a deputy gave false testimony in court?
That's above my pay grade. I don't ever deal with that.
What does that mean? That's above my pay grade.
All I could hear is people calling me a liar. That's all I could hear in the background. What were you saying?
I didn't hear that, but
I got
please
that.
respect the rules of conduct for an oversight commission. I don't want to hear any chatter from the audience. So proceed, Commissioner Kennedy.
To your knowledge, does the department have any protocols or procedures for notifying prosecutors about a judicial finding that a deputy gave false testimony in court?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm assuming they do, but I don't know.
Have you had any training on that if a judge finds that you gave false testimony, you are required to tell the prosecutors that you work with in the future about that?
Have I had training?
Yes.
No.
Never.
No, I don't think I've ever been in any training where they say I have to notify or what the process is for notifying. No, I don't believe I've ever had any training like that.
And whomever invited you to join the public corruption detail, did they ever discuss this judicial finding with you?
You mean from 25 years ago that I just found out about right now? Obviously, no, nobody has.
I mean,
discussed
the
this.
detail when they brought you on
Yeah,
to
no,
the,
no, I'm telling you, this is the first I've heard of it right now. That was already answered.
okay. Okay, so you were mentioning what you called the Giggins investigation.
Yes.
And I'd like to turn to that, and I'm almost done, so I really appreciate your cooperation so far. I'm just going to ask this because I don't know your procedures. Were you like the lead investigator of the criminal investigation of Supervisor Sheila Kuehl and Commissioner Patty Giggins?
Yes.
And as the lead investigator, did you act as the affiant in the requested search warrants in the investigation of Supervisor Kuehl and Commissioner Giggins?
Yes.
Okay. And not everyone may know what the affiant is. Can you tell us what that means, acting as the affiant?
The author of the search warrant,
Okay.
basically.
And I assume, based on what we've talked about, you did not disclose the finding in Aquino when you applied for a search warrant to the court to search the supervisor's home and Commissioner Giggins' home.
Did I report that, this Aquino case that I just was told about right now? That's what you're asking me, if I did that 3 years ago?
Counsel, I'm going to instruct him not to answer based on harassment by submission that was already posed to my client.
I think I don't understand the objection exactly. I mean, first of all, I couldn't possibly agree that this kind of really straightforward examination is harassment, counsel. And so that seems to be misguided. And secondly, I think he's just answering, he didn't put it in the search warrant because he didn't know about it. That's his testimony. And so what's wrong with that? What's wrong with him answering that? Because that's what he just answered.
Well, I'm not going to engage in a dialogue with you, sir, on the nature of the objection. I'm going to instruct him not to answer because of harassment. If you don't agree, I respect that. You can get a order show
So
cause.
you're objecting to the question that was put, the last question that was put?
Yes,
Okay.
objecting to any other further inquiries concerning this case, which is a unpublished case that was not made notice to my client. We don't know the transcript. In fact, I'm not sure if it was the defense attorney's brief that the judge was citing. I'm not sure. We were not given this prior to this. My client has not been put on notice. And I respect Mr. Kennedy's role. I respect your role, but my role is to protect my client's rights. And I believe he is being harassed by this commission. So I'm going to advise him not to answer any
I think, though, if I could for the record here, so we have a clear record, I'm not sure there is going to be any further questions on the
Very
Aquino
well.
case, so we'll just proceed.
There-
But if there were any, I think they've been answered, but if there
Sure.
aren't any, we would, of course, you know.
What the record should also reflect is that this unpublished case for educational use only was cited by Mr. Kennedy, and the brief that was cited by the appellant's counsel, that's his representation of my client's testimony from 25 years ago. I think this is a misrepresentation of what the Court of Appeals actually published. And we had not had the opportunity to review this to provide a meaningful answer. And I've spoken to the commission's attorney about things like this. Are there going to be any surprises? Because I want to be able to prepare my client for his testimony. And we were told, oh, you're going to answer some questions on the public corruption unit. And that was it. So if there's any more questions on this case, I'm going to instruct my client not to answer. And if you disagree with me, I'm sure you will get an order to show cause to compel Sergeant Fernandez.
That would be the remedy, and I don't know that we need it here, but I appreciate your comments, but in reality, the fact that an opinion isn't for publication just means it can't be cited. I mean, it's public record. This is a public record document. Anybody can go online and pull up this case, I believe.
Westlaw.
Yeah. And so
No,
it's not like it's not
understand that.
public. And so the question really was just, and your clients answered it. I mean, it was just
Sure.
really a curious thing that he wouldn't have been aware of it because you've read the case now. But we passed that. It's water over the bridge.
I think what is inherently unfair and really, and to the public and folks who are here, is that if you're going to ask a client a question, I think we should be made notice. I mean, where's the transcript? Where is the transcript from the Superior Court judge that made that ruling? I mean, a person can give false testimony when you don't remember something, but here we have a rendition from perhaps a brief or citation from a brief, and I think it's a character assassination to my client, where Mr. Kennedy is trying to draw this inference that he's a liar. And I think that's very, very deceptive. And I believe this commission is here to oversee these type of information. And I believe we should be all on the same platform here, and we're not. So I don't want to take up any
No, I know,
more
and
delays,
I'm
but-
hearing you, I'm listening
Sure.
very closely to what you're saying,
Yeah.
counsel. And to me, I mean, if you have a Court of Appeals of the state of California, and they say that the trial judge has found that a witness gave false testimony, I mean, I think there's reason to accept that that's probably a valid finding, because they're not just going to say that in an opinion, whether it's published or unpublished, if it weren't true. I mean, that's my experience, both as a judge and as a lawyer. I mean, that it would be, I would fall out of my chair if that isn't based on facts and record, that the Court of Appeals would say something like that, as serious as that allegation is, without the Superior Court having a record of the Superior Court judge that says that. So we disagree, but we're
Yes,
just
sir.
doing a little colloquy here. And
And
Yeah.
also, if I may have the last word, as a person, as a
I'm
bench
not sure
officer,
I've given you the last.
as a bench
ahead.
officer, you would get the transcript from that judge who made the finding and inspect what the context of that was. Because deputy sheriffs make split-second decisions. He may not remember a jacket. So I think it's inherently unfair for this commission to paint my client as a liar from a brief rendition, perhaps from an appellant's brief, because there are citations on there that's actually cited, and I can't really see it too well, from the appellant's brief. That is the convicted defendant's attorney writing and their representation of the facts. I just want to make sure that's clear for my client, because it is, I don't want him to be subject to these ridicule by these groups and these folks
No,
here.
no, just,
And
don't
they've been
even-
saying that
don't-
all morning, by the way, sir.
Don't go there. Okay.
They've been
So-
saying this all morning, trying to ridicule my client. I'm not going to let that happen.
Well,
Thank you for your
we
time.
will enforce the rules of conduct, and I am giving you the last word. So let's move on. Commissioner Kennedy, proceed with your examination.
Your Honor, may I just clarify, though, for the commission, that this is not a brief written by defense counsel. This is the opinion of the Court of Appeal.
I think that's clear.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from
Yes, I
the
understand.
Aquino case.
So when you submitted an affidavit to get the search warrant, by the way, who issued the search warrant? Do you remember?
It was signed by 3 different judges, and then eventually the last judge was Richmond.
Okay. Judge Craig Richmond was the one who signed it. Yeah. And can I ask you to turn to exhibit number 15 in the book? And that's the search warrant that the judge signed, right?
Correct.
And if you could turn further on to pages 15 and 16 of this exhibit, it's your affidavit. Go ahead and turn to page number 16 of your affidavit.
16.
Yes.
Okay.
You include information about Commissioner Giggins marrying her partner, Ellen Ledley, in a ceremony officiated by Sheila Kuehl, right? You see that?
Okay. Yes.
And you also refer to the May 2004 Advocate article entitled For Better, For Worse, For Us, authored by Supervisor Kuehl, right?
Correct.
And you put in parentheses that The Advocate is a national gay and lesbian news magazine.
Correct.
Okay. And you say that Commissioner Giggins and the supervisor are, you quote something from this article in The Advocate, that they're the closest friends in the universe, right?
That was a quote from Sheila Keel's article, yes.
Right. And then turning to the next page, you cite a discussion in which Supervisor Kuehl says, quote, suddenly it was decided my 8 closest friends in the universe, 4 lesbian couples with whom I've spent birthdays, baby namings, holidays, and in the case of Tori Osborne, 8 happy years a decade or so ago, we're going to San Francisco to get married, right?
Yes.
And you cite parts of the article and on that same page that talk about at City Hall, County Assessor Mabel Tang, an enthusiastic, supportive public servant who herself performed the city's first same-sex marriage, led us through the paperwork. You see that part?
Yeah, you skipped ahead, but I'm finding it.
I'm just trying to summarize, Detective.
Right. Okay, yes.
And what I wanted to know is you were leading a public corruption investigation regarding an allegedly improper contract, right?
Correct.
Why did you include references to Commissioner Giggins and Supervisor Kuehl's sexual orientation in this affidavit? What does it have to do with the investigation?
So the part of the investigation that it has to do with is the conflict of interest. So there's a conflict of interest. The article was in a gay magazine. I didn't choose the magazine. It just happened to be in a gay and lesbian magazine. The article states that they've been best friends for so many years or whatever, what you just read. There's paperwork within the contract that Patty Giggins signed saying that they had no financial interest. They didn't know each other. They weren't close, that kind of nature. There's a conflict of interest form, which is forging a government document, a felony. And that's what we're trying to prove. And the research found this magazine, which was the National Gay and Lesbian News Magazine, where Sheila Keel actually wrote an article, which was back in 2004, showing that they've had a relationship way back then. So that's why it's included in there. It has nothing to do with them being gay. That's not the purpose. The point is, it was in a magazine that was the National Gay and Lesbian News Magazine. But that's the only reason why it's mentioned, because we have to mention I mentioned where the reference came from. That's all. It's not any kind of hate or any kind of.
It wasn't gratuitous?
No, of course not. It was an exact quote. I didn't add anything to it. There were exact quotes. That's exactly what Sheila Keel wrote in the magazine, that's her best friend. And then she gives her $1 million contracts. That's the point. That's the point of the corruption. That's what we're talking about. That's the money laundering through her peace over violence, which is shocking that she's actually right here. And she's here listening to the detective who actually investigated. It seems a little inappropriate and a bit of a conflict there also.
Well, you were present in court listening when the Attorney General announced that they had conducted an investigation of Commissioner Giggins. And after conducting a thorough investigation, they did not find sufficient evidence to file any charges against her. You were in court, right?
Well, I can testify to my personal knowledge. And what I did was talk to the DOJ investigators. The actual guys investigating were
What's
the DOJ.
the answer to my question?
Well, I'm going to answer it right now. So the DOJ investigators actually spoke to me and told me that the AGA did not allow them to look at any evidence. They did not do a complete investigation. I spoke to both the sergeant and the investigator, and they were told that they basically just sat on it. They never looked at any of the evidence we received from the search warrant. The whole thing was covered up and the whole thing was dropped. And that's coming straight from the 2 investigators from the Department of Justice. So
whose names are what?
one of them was Max something. I think the sergeant was Gonzalez. Paul Gonzalez, maybe? It was something of that nature. It's all in my reports that I don't have access to.
Will you give this commission those reports? Because we don't have them.
I don't have them. I don't have them. Everything was taken from me about 2 years ago or so, and I don't have any of them. I don't have any of my notes. I don't have anything. So I don't have access to anything.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Is there anything else you wanted to tell us before you answer my question, which is you were present in the court.
I just said I was present in the court and spoke to the DOJ detectives right after, who told me that there was not a complete investigation done. That, as a matter of fact, they didn't look at anything. That's what I was told. And I was there. I was present, yes.
And you're saying there were DOJ investigators present at that final hearing where the Attorney General?
Where you were representing her,
Yes.
right? That one.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is also, I think, inappropriate that you're questioning me after you represented her at the actual hearing. And she's there looking at me. This is completely inappropriate. This is what we're talking about. Corruption to cover up more corruption.
Sorry.
I don't know.
You're not answering the question. The question.
No, I did answer. I said I was there. I said it multiple times I was there.
Fernandez.
I don't think you're listening.
You said you were there. He asked you, were you there and heard the judge exonerate essentially, or
No, that's not what I said.
exonerate?
He asked if the AGA said that they did a complete investigation.
Oh,
and
did
that they
you?
weren't gonna- That's what he said. There was nothing about exoneration. No,
I
Judge.
didn't remember that part of his question, but let's go back,
Yeah.
clarify your question.
So you were present at the hearing in the criminal courts building when the senior deputy attorney general announced that they had conducted a thorough investigation and they didn't find sufficient evidence to charge either the supervisor or the commissioner with any criminal offense.
Yes, I just said I was there.
I
And I said
understand.
I spoke to the DOJ investigators right after.
And that the attorney generals also represented that they didn't oppose quashing any of the warrants that you obtained and returning everything to the people who the items had been seized from, right?
Yes, yeah, I was there. I was there.
Can I ask, why were you there?
Because I was asked to be there by the AGA. They asked me to come and I showed up.
Which AG asked you to come?
I forget her name, female. She had one of the DOJ investigators call us. The same one I spoke to at the elevator,
Okay.
who told me that there was no investigation done. They never looked at any of the evidence and they were told to stand down by the AGA's office and that they decided the case was going to be dumped months before.
But didn't they present the case to a grand jury?
So they told me they presented the case to a secret grand jury and nobody was supposed to know about that, but I see you do. And the case was presented to the grand jury using only the initial report that was not written by me. They didn't use any of the evidence or any of the investigation I did afterwards, and they were not allowed to use a search warrant or any of the evidence seized from the search warrant. And that was directly from the DOJ sergeant.
Well, isn't that because the attorney general took over the investigation to do a completely independent, untainted investigation themselves?
Yeah, so if they did their own investigation, which I don't know about because the Department of Justice does their investigations for them, and I was told that they did not do an investigation, but if they lied to me and they did do an investigation, then whatever was presented was not my investigation.
And so you don't know what happened none of us know what happened in the grand jury room, right?
No, because it was a secret grand jury that we weren't even supposed to know about.
Well, aren't all grand juries secret proceedings?
Yes, but it seems like you knew about it.
But after the grand jury, well, I don't know what happened in it,
No, but you knew there was a grand jury.
but after the grand jury investigation, the attorney general of the state of California decided that there was not sufficient evidence to charge anyone, right?
Yeah, that's what I just
Yeah.
said.
I know. I just want to clarify.
That's good.
This affidavit and search warrant, wasn't it posted on public media?
It was released on, I think, the sheriff's website or something.
Yes.
Right.
Is that ordinary that the sheriffs are posting search warrant and an affidavit on the internet for all to see?
I've never seen that before.
Okay.
Right.
And do you know why it was done in this case?
No, it wasn't my decision. I didn't do it.
Do you know whose decision it was?
I do not.
Was it Sheriff Villanueva's decision?
Well, if I don't know who did it, then no, I don't know. I have no idea.
Well,
I wasn't even given warning. I didn't know it was going to happen.
when you saw it, did you ask like who did that?
When I saw it, I was shocked, and you know, because it's my writing. You know, I put a lot of work into it, and it was shocking to see it online. But I had no idea, and I didn't ask.
Was it posted, do you think, to embarrass or scare Supervisor Hewell and Commissioner Giggins?
You mean, so you want me to tell you what someone who I didn't know did this, what was in their mind when they posted it? How could I answer that?
Okay,
You could just say, I don't know.
Yeah,
That would be a
basically.
good answer.
I'll take your
because that's
answer
what you said.
as I don't know. I don't have any further questions.
Well, let me ask if there are members of the commission that have any questions for Sergeant Fernandez. AP? Yeah, go ahead.
You
Commissioner.
mentioned in the Ross case that you saw someone pick a gun up off the ground and run away.
Yes,
Now, was that before you shot him or after you shot him?
that was after.
So you shot him after you saw that the gun was on the ground. So there was no gun in his hand pointing at you at the time you shot him.
What? You completely changed the question. No, the guy picked the gun up on the ground after I'd shot him and he dropped the gun. Yeah, you completely switched it
Okay.
around.
I just wanted to be
Just-
clear about the gun.
I didn't shoot any unarmed man, if that's what you're asking. No, there's no record of me shooting any unarmed man. That did not happen.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Hicks.
Are you familiar with the pitches hearing?
Pitches, yes.
Have you ever had to testify in a pitches hearing?
No.
Have you ever had to have your personnel records subpoenaed for a pitches hearing?
I believe they've requested pitches hearings in the past, but I don't know what comes of that. Our department handles that. Their legal department handles it.
But do you know if your personnel file has ever been subpoenaed by a judge to review?
I don't know. No.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, Sergeant Fernandez, you may step down.
Yes.
And is this a good time to take a break, or would you like to call the next witness, Commissioner Kennedy?
I spoke with the witnesses council, and I think it'd be great if we could take a break.
Yeah. Okay, so why don't we take our morning break, and we'll resume at 10:30 promptly, 10:30 a.m. We stand in recess until 10:30.
Test, 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 test. Test, test, test.
But I don't get in until. Oh, okay. Very late. What are you heading at?
Saturday.
Are you flying?
Yeah. Because
Test, 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 test. Test, test.
you're not. But anyway, I'm God about my reservation. Sometimes well, because I couldn't get a hotel. And then, yeah, it calls back and I said, and I got a I was about dry, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, yeah.
It was a long, arduous process. So I was like, it was shorter to get my top secret security clearance.
Yeah, all right, let's come to order. We're going to resume this special hearing of the Oversight Commission. Oh, there we go. All right. All right, so let's come to order. I'm going to ask Commissioner Kennedy to call his next witness.
We call Detective Mark Lillienfeld.
Mr. Lillienfeld, if you'd step forward, sir. Raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give before this Oversight Commission will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated, sir. Could you state your full name and spell your last name for us, if you would?
Mark Lillienfeld, Lillienfeld.
Your witness, Mr. Kennedy.
Good morning, Mr. Lillienfeld. I'm sorry I mispronounced it. My apologies.
No worries. Good morning.
How long were you with the LA County Sheriff's Department?
43 years.
And are you still with the Sheriff's Department now?
I am not.
When did you retire?
January 26th of 2023.
I thought it was like 2016, no?
I retired the first time on August 10th of 2016. I went back as a part-time deputy sheriff in 2019 and then retired a second time in 2023.
Okay. Now, you were previously subpoenaed to testify before this commission, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you take a look at, there's an exhibit book in front of you, exhibit number 6.
Okay.
This was the subpoena, right? You were supposed to come here and testify on November 18th, 2021.
That's correct.
Did you do that?
I did not.
Why not?
On the advice of county counsel at the time, I see lacking in this exhibit was my response as to why I didn't appear to testify, but on the advice of county counsel at the time, a letter was authored with their assistance and then signed by me on sheriff's letterhead indicating the reasons why I did not appear at that time.
I'm sorry, I've never seen that letter. Can you tell us what it, or tell us your reasons or what it said, whatever you prefer, because I haven't seen that letter.
Oh, well,
Perhaps just the substance of the letter, as you recall it.
that it was, there was no foundation for my testimony to come. I wasn't the person most knowledgeable. I was still active on duty conducting criminal inquiries, and whatever the subject matter was going to be of my testimony at that time, it would have been appropriate of me to answer any of the questions that the commission was inquiring about at that time.
But the subpoena was to you, not the person most knowledgeable, right?
That's correct.
And can I ask, if you thought the subpoena was improper, is there some reason you didn't have your lawyer move to quash it?
It wasn't my lawyer, it was county counsel. And no, I can't answer that question. County counsel litigated that appearance with the commission, you in particular, I believe.
I don't recall. Could you tell us the county counsel you're talking about?
I
Detective?
cannot, I'm sorry. I don't recall his name.
Do you recall the one, the county council that basically gave you advice that you didn't need to appear on the subpoena?
I don't, Your Honor, remember the name.
And there's a letter, though, from the sheriff's department that essentially was, if I understand it correctly, was it drafted by county council or was,
Myself and county counsel, that's correct.
and that was, and it was sent to the commission?
That's correct.
Right. Well, I'll ask our staff to see if they can locate that letter because I've never seen it either, but. Okay, next question.
Detective, I apologize. I'm just going to ask this straight out. Were you affiliated with any of the tattooed groups in the department?
No,
So you don't have any of tattoo representing a membership in one of the secret groups?
no.
I didn't think so, but I had to ask. So after you retired the first time in 2016, did you start working for the district attorney's office then?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do there?
I was a consultant investigator. I was a civilian that was hired on a case-by-case basis, oddly enough, with the approval of the LA County Board of Supervisors to pay my salary. And I was assigned specifically to the appellate division, the conviction review unit, where I assisted in investigating claims of wrongful conviction, claims of factual innocence. And that was my job there for, I was hired several times on a contractual basis, and I handled, I believe, 4 cases during my employment there.
And you said you were a civilian.
That's correct.
So you were not a deputy at that time.
That
when you
is
were
correct.
working for the DA.
That's correct.
And while you were working for the district attorney, did you ever put on your old deputy sheriff uniform and enter the men's central jail under false pretenses?
Yes and no is the answer to that. It wasn't an old uniform, it was a new uniform. I was still had peace officer status because I was a reserve deputy sheriff for the County of Los Angeles. I was working in that capacity as a civilian investigator for the DA's office. I was conducting a long-term undercover operation that the needs of the operation were that I had to go to men's central jail every morning about 4 o'clock in the morning and essentially change a recording device out. And after about a week of doing that, it became apparent that because I was in civilian clothes, that I was becoming a distraction, walking the hallways and being within the confines of the jail. So it was much easier to put on my deputy sheriff uniform, which is the same uniform that reserve deputy sheriffs wear, and walk into the jail in that manner, because you're kind of invisible when you're in uniform.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let's take a look at it. Exhibit number 10 is a video, and then I'll ask you about it after we play it. What's going on in Exhibit 10, the video that we just played?
That's a video of me walking into men's central jail and placing a Egg McMuffin and a cup of coffee underneath a pew in the chapel of the jail so that a agent working for the government could pick it up and then share it with a target of a murder investigation. That's what's going on there. Of course, you knew that because you and I personally have met on only one occasion before, and I showed you the sealed court order commanding and allowing me to conduct myself in that manner. Maybe you don't remember that. Do you remember that, Mr. Kennedy? You do not. Yeah. At the time when I explained to you Perkins versus Illinois 496 US 292, a Supreme Court decision allowing that kind of conduct by law enforcement, you seemed baffled by it then. And I don't know if you're familiar with it now, if you did any research on that particular case, but that's what's going on in that video.
No, I recall the conversation.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't see you doing anything with the tape recording there. Am I missing that?
You are.
Could you tell us where you're doing something with the tape recording?
It's not captured on the video. I'm conducting an undercover operation with an agent working for the government, and he's got a very small battery operated micro digital recorder on his person, and it only lasts for about 12 to 14 hours. So every day I have to go and take that recorder from the agent and then refresh it with a new recorder so that he can capture incriminating conversations from the target of the investigation. Again, as I explained to you before, years ago.
Okay, I'm asking
Could I
you
just
about,
ask, though,
yeah.
Can you say who the investigative agency was with respect to that undercover matter?
It was not a well, the investigative agency was the LA County DA's office.
Yeah.
It was a innocence investigation that was combined. One of the best ways to prove factual innocence of a wrongly accused or convicted person is to actually find facts and evidence of the person that actually did the crime. So this was the latter half of that equation. We were targeting the actual murder suspect. We had already exonerated and released the wrongfully convicted person who had served 12 years for murder for which he didn't do. That makes sense to you?
Yeah.
Sir?
Yeah. So this is the period of time where you were working for the DA's office on their post-conviction issues, right?
Conviction Review Unit, correct.
Thank you. Okay,
Okay.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So if you are entering the jail in connection with a Perkins operation for the DA's office where you're a civilian employee, why did you put on a sheriff's uniform?
Because when I would enter the jail in plain clothes, I'm old. I was old then, I'm old now. And a lot of guys knew me and they knew, hey, I thought you were retired. Hey, what are you doing here? And I'd be in plain clothes and I would have my retired credentials from the sheriff's department around my neck, which authorized me to go in and out of a custody facility. And so in order to avoid other uniformed young patrol deputies or young custody deputies that knew me saying, hi, how you doing? What are you doing here? In order to avoid all that, I put on a uniform, again, pursuant to an order signed by a judge that is sealed that you have read when you and I met 2 years ago.
If it's
You've
sealed.
got that look like you don't remember any of that, do you?
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
But if it's sealed, could you show it to me?
I did show it to you before. It's still under seal. I'm happy to show it to you in a venue other than this one. Absolutely.
okay.
Not a problem.
And does the order say that you can wear a uniform of a sheriff and pretend to be an
The
active
order,
sheriff?
the periphery of the order obviously allows for the technical aspects of this undercover operation to occur. The order, in fact, signed by a Superior Court judge, allows me to introduce tobacco into the jail, which is against the law. It's an infraction. So the order is asking for a deviation from that minor law, that infraction, and asking me, granting me permission to introduce tobacco in order for the undercover agent to befriend the target of the murder investigation. People don't confess to murder if they don't like you. So I wanted the undercover agent to develop a relationship with the target of the murder. But you knew all that before because we have had this conversation, Mr. Kennedy.
Now, bringing tobacco in the jail, you said that's an infraction or a misdemeanor?
Bringing tobacco into the jail is a infraction.
Yeah. And impersonating a peace officer is a misdemeanor, right?
That's correct.
Penal Code 538D.
Correct.
Does the order take care of that and say that you could?
Again, that's been asked and answered, and my same answer stands. The order, the magistrate signing the order knew it was clear that I was going to use that particular tactic in order to introduce the device into the jail. The goal here is to gather evidence in a criminal inquiry. It's not you, much like the previous witness, you ask it like with this nefarious look like something was done wrong on my part or the part of the government, when in fact, I'm the effing good guy here who got an innocent man out of prison, and I'm trying to solidify his release and his exoneration by obtaining evidence, a guy that committed a terrible murder.
I think though, the question though, just to focus it a bit, is did the order of the Superior Court judge that you're referring to, did it specifically permit you to wear a sheriff's department uniform or not?
The answer to that is no. There were oral representations made to the judge that that would occur when questions were asked orally prior to signing the order. How are you going to do this? What are the technical parts of this operation?
Okay.
And did you name the judge who signed the order?
I did not.
Can you?
Sure.
Who is it?
Judge Deborah Ann Cole.
Should I continue, Your Honor? Or did
Oh,
you-
yes, but please, I'm sorry.
Um,
Proceed.
So Exhibit 10, the video that we watched, you've been talking about an undercover agent. The person looks like they're dressed like an inmate. Are they an inmate or were they an undercover agent? If you can answer, I don't know.
I can answer, yes, they were an inmate acting in our capacity on behalf of the government.
Can I ask, are even like real active deputies allowed to bring gifts to inmates in the jail?
Normally, no, absolutely not.
And I mean, is that what you're doing? Like you said, it was an Egg McMuffin and coffee, right?
Yes,
And why are you giving an inmate an Egg McMuffin and coffee?
because I want that inmate who's working on my behalf and behalf of the government to share that with the target inmate, so that the target inmate will be under the impression that that inmate has some juice and has some swing, and he's able to smuggle in contraband into the jail, so that eventually he could smuggle in a cell phone, which are prolific in our custody facilities, and that hopefully the target inmate could then make a phone call on a phone in which we would already have court authorization to monitor the calls and perhaps confess to the murder. That was the ultimate goal of the operation, besides eliciting a confession or an admission from the actual shooter, the actual killer. You understand that, Mr. Kennedy?
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Again, it's the second time you and I have had this discussion, but it's fine.
Do we have anything other than your word that the bag contains an Egg McMuffin or coffee?
Great question.
Thank you.
No, I can't, no, I can't think of anything other than my word. I didn't spend 43 years of dedicated service here to be accused of smuggling contraband into a jail for a purpose other than the authorized purpose. I am very happy with the salary I make at the sheriff's department. I don't have to smuggle in dope on the side.
I'm just trying to ask you questions. I'm not trying to
They're
accuse you of
really-
anything.
Offensive at times. I can see why the previous witness was not happy, but go ahead.
Yeah, but you're not being accused of anything.
I understand.
This is just clarifying, and your testimony has clarified any number of things.
So I certainly want to be clear, Your Honor.
All right, that's good. That's good. All right. Art? Yeah, sure. Go ahead, I think.
So I was just wondering, when you are working in an operation and there's procedures, is there a procedure to actually inventory when you're bringing in something that is for a registered informant that to go along with that operation? So like you check it in, just like if you were to have to put your wallet and all that stuff into a case that somebody looks inside the bag and says, oh, McMuffin and coffee. Is there a procedure like that?
There is. Everybody entering the jail is subject to search, including staff employees.
So
That's
there's,
how they cut down on contraband being admitted.
copy that. So there would be a log of that, the McMuffin and coffee on
A
that.
law?
A
No.
log.
Oh, a log.
Yeah.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Callaway, you predicted my next question. No, that's,
But wouldn't that be in some sort of an investigative report that you had that, or did you not prepare investigative reports of dealing with an undercover cooperating informant.
100%. The receipt for the purchase from the McDonald's is attached to a piece of paper. That piece of paper becomes an exhibit. It's attached to a report, basically describing the operation and what occurred. Absolutely.
Yes, JP.
If I could.
This is Commissioner Harris.
I know him well.
There we go. Yeah, Detective Lillienfeld, I'm just wondering, when you did enter the Sally Port that day, did anybody ask to look inside that bag? Or they just let you go through because you were wearing a uniform and had a bag in your hand?
Nobody asked to look in the bag, and I assumed that they waved me through the Sally Port because I was in uniform. And again, I'm old. I've been on the department a long time. Back then, I was on the department a long time, and people knew who I was.
Okay. Would you say that is typical, that they let people just walk in like that without looking in their bags? If you know.
You know, that's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that.
Right, thank you.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
Did you put on the uniform so that they wouldn't ask you what was in the bag? Did you
No,
think it would-
I put on the uniform as I testified earlier, 3 minutes ago, so that a bunch of people would come up to me and say, hey, aren't you retired? What the hell are you doing in this facility? That's why I put on the uniform, because you're invisible when you're in a uniform. You're just another old guy in a uniform.
So, can I ask, did you tell the district attorney, the deputy district attorney that you were working with, that you were going to do this?
Yes,
And what did that person say? They said it was okay?
they said it was great. They thought it was a brilliant idea and a brilliant plan. I've been conducting those operations more or less the entire 43 years I've been a deputy sheriff. So it wasn't a lot of mystery to it. I'm moderately proficient at conducting undercover operations in custody facilities.
And who was that deputy DA that thought that you putting on a uniform and entering the jail as if you were a deputy was brilliant? Who is that? Do you know?
There were several that were aware of it, including the elected DA at the time, Jackie Lacey.
Who else?
And I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank
It's
here.
okay.
Brian, he's the head deputy DA of Major Narcotics Division. I've only known him 25 years, and I'm blanking on his last name now. Brian Shern, SDHIRIN, was aware of it, as were other DAs in the office. Bobby Grace, I believe, was aware of it too. All those DAs were assigned to the conviction review unit within the appellate division that I worked with and for.
Okay, so it sounds like the DA's office was okay with it. Were the jail officials okay with it?
I was acting pursuant to court order.
But my question was, were the jail officials okay with what you had?
You would have to subpoena and ask them. I don't know the answer to that question. I can't get in their minds. I know the elected sheriff at the time was not very well versed in jail procedures and policies, and it became obviously why you're using it now for some kind of questioning along these lines here, but it became kind of a cause célèbre. It became a big deal of some sort, mostly because of personal animosity. But go ahead and ask another question.
Well, why don't we take a look at exhibit number 7?
Did I just ask who was the sheriff at the time?
Jim McDonald.
Have you ever seen this, and I apologize for the quality, it's the only one I could find, Detective. Have you ever seen this flyer?
I have.
Okay. And tell, hold on, it's all right. Can you tell us what this flyer is about? And that is exhibit 7.
It's about a petty little man taking the power that was vested in him and using it in a ridiculous, inappropriate manner. That's what it's about. You want me to elaborate and go on?
I mean, I can see you have strong feelings and
You
I
think?
totally understand, but could you unpack that and give us the facts?
Sure.
Okay.
After that operation, after I showed up at the jail, which was about the 15th day in a row that I'd shown up in uniform, the Egg McMuffin and the coffee that I had secreted in the chapel so that the government agent could pick it up and share it with the target of the investigation, he didn't get there in time. So an inmate who happened to be sweeping up the chapel found coffee and an Egg McMuffin. It was like, he won the lottery. So he eventually was caught by one of the custody deputies, and it became an inquiry. Hey, how did this inmate get this McDonald's stuff? And so when they went back and reviewed the video, they were able to figure out how the McDonald's got into the custody facility. So the commander at the time was a guy that was, well, he's a commander, so he's like 4 or 5 ranks underneath the rank of sheriff. And it came to his attention, and he had a little bit of a personal agenda against me for some reason. So they opened up an administrative inquiry, and he obtained that photograph and then had one of his staff members basically make that poster up and put it up at the entry to all of these 7 custody facilities throughout Los Angeles County, so that I wasn't allowed to enter them anymore, which I wasn't a sheriff's department employee anymore. I was still a reserve deputy sheriff, but I really wasn't acting in that capacity. I was an employee of the district attorney's office on a contract basis, trying to get wrongfully accused people out of prison or wrongfully convicted people out of prison. That was my job at the time.
So is that ban that you talked about on entering any LA County custody facilities, does it remain as we sit here today, or?
No, of course not.
Tell me, you say of course, but I don't know anything about it.
Within several days, the poster with my picture on it was taken down. That evening that all of this came to light, I got a phone call from Jackie Lacey, the elected DA at the time, apologizing for the bad demeanor and attitude of the sheriff's department, and telling me to soldier on forward and try to get this wrongfully convicted man out of prison if we had belief that in fact that's what he was. And that's what I did with the blessings and authority of the elected district attorney at the time.
And what about internally? Was there like any kind of inquiry or discipline for this?
There was an administrative inquiry that was conducted by custody division middle management staff. And at the termination of that inquiry, there was no discipline or anything. I wasn't a sheriff's department employee at the time, so there was nothing that they could do administratively to me. And so I believe the findings of it were, there's different categories of administrative inquiries, and I don't recall specifically. I want to say it was perhaps founded, like, yeah, I brought in a thing of McDonald's and all that, but there was no remedy to that finding.
Okay, so yes, I mean, that's not my choice, it's the chair's.
Assuming that it's relevant to the line of it.
It is.
Go ahead, Commissioner Harris.
Yeah, Detective Lillienfeld, I just want to make sure I understand you had a court order, valid court order to go in there. But at no time did you advise the sheriff's department what you were doing. You were operating in a strictly so undercover that the sheriff's department wasn't even made aware of what you were
100%
doing.
incorrect. No,
Okay,
that's wrong.
Please.
Everybody from the sheriff, the undersheriff, the assistant sheriffs are all named on the face page of the court order, the one that you read about 2 years ago when you came to the Hall of Justice and we met. And all of them were advised and aware of the proceedings that were going on. There were 2 custody division deputy sheriffs that were a part of the operation because they had to ensure the integrity and the safety of the agent acting on my behalf.
Okay, that's exactly what I want to know. So the sheriff's department was aware that you were acting. Were they aware you were going to go in there wearing the sheriff's department uniform in your capacity as a reserve?
Well, I think since I did it maybe 10 or 12 times before the McDonald's day,
Okay.
yeah, I would think so.
Okay. On the day of this particular incident,
Yes.
you didn't stop though and talk to the watch deputy, the watch sergeant, the
I did
watch
not.
commander, the captain, nothing like that?
I did not.
Okay.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, I heard that. And you said at the conclusion, there was an investigation, and you remained, at the conclusion of that investigation, you still remained as a reserve deputy sheriff? They didn't pull your reserve deputy sheriff ticket?
No, they did not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Could you just tell us what the finding was? Because if it was all on the up and up, why are they making a finding?
Well, anytime there's an administrative inquiry, there are different levels of the remedy at the end of the inquiry.
Yeah.
I believe there's founded, unfounded. Thank you. Unsubstantiated. There you go. See, the commission knows. And I believe it might have been like founded, but again, I'm not an employee of the department, so I don't know what, there was no remedy after it was founded. I mean, there were a bunch of hard feelings and pissed off people on both sides and finger waving going on, but that was the end of that. It somewhat compromised the inquiry, so we were never able to obtain the evidence necessary to charge the actual killer of this poor 18-year-old girl, but that seemed to be, a lesser of importance than potentially an employee smuggling a McDonald's coffee and a Egg McMuffin inside.
I just wanted, when you say it was founded, what was founded? That you entered the jail in a uniform that you were not entitled to wear and that you brought in these items without the sheriff's department's knowledge or permission?
No, I think it was founded that, actually, that's a great question, Mr. Kennedy, and I don't know the answer to what was founded.
Okay.
There was some policy violation that was founded. Again, I wasn't an employee of the department at the time, so I don't know that violating policy necessarily applied to a non-employee. And I was acting, again, as a district attorney employee pursuant to a court order.
Yeah. And as someone who's worked there so long, you know the rules so much better. Would that explain why, if I made a SB 1421 request, I didn't get anything regarding these findings?
I don't have a clue. I can't explain to you why somebody didn't comply with an SB 1421 request.
Okay. Turning to the civil rights and public corruption detail, after this incident that we've been talking about, and I'm going to stop talking about it, Detective, that was in fall 2018, right?
Honestly, I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
But it was shortly before then Sheriff Alex Villanueva, the new sheriff, brought you back out of retirement to work for the department, right?
It was, yes, it was quite a period of time, perhaps a year or even more prior to the election of Villanueva, correct?
And did he bring you back specifically to work for this special detail?
He did.
And can I ask, you have a ton of homicide experience, I know. Do you have prior experience investigating public corruption cases, Detective?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. Well, for starters, I was raised in Chicago. That really says it all right there. When I came out here to California.
I'm a Midwesterner, so
Yeah.
it's resonating.
What more do I need to say? When I was a recruit in the academy, I was pulled out of the academy briefly and booked into the jail as an inmate because they had a public corruption inquiry going on in 1980, and they thought they had a corrupted deputy sheriff. So that was my first introduction to it in law enforcement. When I was a homicide detective in the late 90s, I came across some information that I brought to the then sheriff of Los Angeles County. Ultimately, it was given to the FBI. They started conducting a large, broad, overwhelming public corruption investigation of a small Southern California municipal police department. And in late 90s, I was placed on loan to the FBI task force investigating that particular public corruption allegation. So I worked at the FBI as a task force officer assigned to the public corruption unit out of the Long Beach Resident Agency for about 2 years. specifically that particular public corruption investigation. And since that time, and during that time, I was a homicide detective, but from time to time, detectives on the sheriff's department are tasked with what they call special investigations, if there's something extraordinary. And so I've had a number of those over the years from a variety of different sheriffs or their executive staff asked to conduct criminal investigations of potential criminal conduct of public officials. If that answers your question, I apologize if it doesn't.
No, I think it does. I
Okay,
appreciate it. I thought this detail was a new innovation on the part of then Sheriff Alex Villanueva. I thought that the Sheriff's Department hadn't had a public corruption unit before this. Do you know that one way or another?
I am unaware that in my 43 years on it, I am unaware if they ever had a public corruption unit. From time to time, those cases would rear their ugly head, and there were times, I believe, when detectives on the department would conduct those types of inquiries, perhaps in conjunction with other agencies. There's a whole bunch of rules on the sheriff's department. The manual policy and procedures are very thick, kind of like the Bible of how we conduct things. And I believe in one of those volumes, I want to say it's volume 4, there's like a single sentence about extraordinary investigations of public interest. And that kind of covers the public corruption authority of the sheriff's department to conduct those kinds of inquiries, but they're relatively rare. They happen, but they're rare.
And in fact, isn't it usually the case that the prosecutor's office has specialized public integrity or public corruption units, and they conduct that investigation?
That is correct.
And so I know you're not the sheriff, but why the change?
You're asking the wrong guy.
You don't know.
I don't have a clue.
And what kind of things did you do when you joined the newly created Civil Rights and Public Corruption Detail?
I assisted in writing certain policies that would cover that unit so that there was a format that we abided by. It was based essentially along the LADA's guidelines as well as the FBI guidelines regarding initiating and conducting and then deactivating public corruption investigations. So that was one of the things I did as I worked that unit. I wound up assisting in recruiting and vetting other detectives to come to that unit on loan. I believe I was the only person solely dedicated to that unit. I was a part-time deputy sheriff at the time. The department has a program where they hire back retired people to work part-time. As a part of it's cost savings, part of it is because of their expertise. So many, for example, many bailiffs that work in court, if you see an old bailiff like me, he's probably a hire back guy. He's been hired to come back to the department where he's a bailiff. And then there are a limited number of detective positions where they hire back detectives that have a specific certain nuanced skill set, and they'll work like cold case homicides or things along that line. I don't know how that program is now with the world the way it is, or funding being the way it is, but I believe it's still in effect. It's actually called a 960, 120-day hire back. 960 hours, 120 days is what the Labor Code of California allows a retiree annuitant to come back and work that limited number of hours. And I was within that range.
Who did you report to in the detail?
There was a lieutenant assigned to it, and then above him was the rank of under sheriff.
Who was the lieutenant?
There were 3 of them. One of them was now Captain Glenn Walsh, Captain Andy Meyer, and I apologize, Hugo. I apologize, I don't remember. Oscar Velez, Velez, was the 3rd lieutenant in that unit.
I didn't know the 3rd one either, so I understand. The first 2 I knew. Did you, detective, did you investigate county officials, government officials, for accessing confidential information as part of your work at the detail?
Yes.
And can you tell us who it is that you investigated?
No.
Okay.
One of the reasons being I would invoke 1040 of the evidence code. It's still a current active ongoing prosecution based on that investigation. And it would be wholly inappropriate for me to answer that in this venue. And I'm sure the California Attorney General would agree with me.
I thought the Attorney General declined to prosecute some of the people that you investigated. Is that
Perhaps
not
if
true?
you and I are barking up two different trees there, Mr. Kennedy.
I understand.
Okay.
So they didn't formally decline to prosecute our Inspector General, Max Huntsman, who you investigated?
The answer to that question is yes.
They did decline.
That is correct. The answer is yes.
And so in light of that, I'm going to re-ask the question. Did you investigate our Inspector General, Max Huntsman, for accessing confidential information from department personnel files?
And in light of that, I'm going to answer the same way and invoke 1040 of the evidence code, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Oh, I am, yeah. But you said that that they declined, so there is no investigation, right?
There were peripheral other parties involved who are still being both prosecuted and investigated, so it's inappropriate for me to answer more than that.
I'm just asking about Mr. Huntsman.
And I'm not going to answer that question under the auspices of parsing out different parties from that investigation.
I want to make sure the record's clear on this, just in, because of the potential here, and as to whether or not 1040 is appropriately invoked, but he's basically saying that there might be other people for which there's a pending investigation, and that it would be inappropriate to, under 1040, to identify those individuals. Is that, am I summarizing that correctly?
Somewhat, Your Honor.
Well, how would you elaborate on my memory?
I don't know that I can put diamond earrings on that pig, Judge. It is what it is. And if you want to, whatever your remedy would be, if you want to do an order to show cause, I'm happy to invite me to court, and I'm happy to explain in chambers or whatever other remedy you may have, but I'm not going to answer that question pursuant to 1040.
I just want to make it clear. I totally respect where you're coming from regarding other parties. I'm talking about Max Huntsman only.
I understand that, and my answer stands.
Isn't it true that the detail announced publicly that they were investigating Max Huntsman for accessing confidential material?
I would say that that is a untruth, to answer your question.
Okay. What did I get wrong? Should I said then Sheriff Alex Villanueva announced publicly, openly many times that the department was investigating the Inspector General for accessing confidential information?
The answer to your question, sir, is, if you'll bear with me for a minute.
No, I understand.
In public corruption inquiries, it is quite often if the leader of the entity who is over the person who has come under the cloud of suspicion, normally it is a courtesy by the investigative agency in a public corruption investigation to notify the leader, the boss. So in this particular case, contrary to many things, even the Inspector General had a boss. He's subordinate to the Board of Supervisors. So as a courtesy, it is my understanding that the then undersheriff of the Sheriff's Department notified the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors and let them know personally that one of their subordinates was under criminal investigation as a courtesy, because that's the way professional public corruption investigations are conducted. And so from there, I can't answer your question regarding who publicized it afterwards. Somehow, amongst the 5 board members, Word of that inquiry got back to the subordinate and somehow it got publicized, but I just can't, I'm not the guy to answer that question. I don't know the answer to it.
Well, didn't Under Sheriff Murakami talk about it publicly himself at a press conference, not the Board of Supervisors?
That would probably be a question better posed to Mr. Murakami. I just can't answer.
Okay. And you're not aware of then Sheriff Alex Villanueva talking about this all the time on Facebook Live and mentioning it numerous times?
I intentionally, from day one, before I even started, was very insistent that my communications with the elected sheriff were very limited, and he was recused from any knowledge of any of the inquiries that we conducted. I had a congenial academic relationship with him, but I'd never ever discussed this business with him. When we saw each other in the hallway, it became kind of a joke because I would give him the finger and we'd talk about baseball and his dog. And I never ever spoke with him ever about any of these types of sensitive investigations. It wouldn't have been appropriate. He had recused himself. I answered to a lieutenant. I answered to the appointed undersheriff, and he was removed from it because he's another elected officials. And as you're well aware, there were inquiries that involved elected or appointed officials, the one we're talking about now. So it's inappropriate to discuss that with despite the fact that he's the elected leader of the organization I'm working for. It was clear to him, it was clear to me that we weren't going to have that one-on-one. That's the job of the undersheriff, whatever he wants to share with the elected sheriff. You understand that?
I don't understand that.
I'm trying.
Maybe you shouldn't, Mr. Cricket, but let me ask you a foundational question. Would you agree that it is inappropriate for a law enforcement official to discuss or indicate publicly that a person is under criminal investigation? That's inappropriate, isn't it?
At times, it can be. At other times, it can be appropriate. And I can give you the example, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay, so, but let me, before you give me, because I can think of the example you're going to give me, but isn't it inappropriate for a law enforcement official to indicate that a public figure, an elected public figure, is under a criminal investigation? Is that ever appropriate?
If you're asking me in a hypothetical sense, my immediate answer would be no, again, with exceptions.
Well, the problem here is that, okay, let me ask you this question. I mean, isn't it true? I mean, you're not oblivious to, you were in the detail, but you're not oblivious, are you, to the fact that Sheriff Villanueva publicly indicated numerous times that Inspector General Max Huntsman was under criminal investigation for illegally accessing confidential information under state law? You're aware that he did that, aren't you?
I am, sir.
Okay. I'm not saying whether you approved it or not. I'm just saying you're aware that he did that. Wasn't that, well, I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit because you've been around. We'll see how you answer it, but wasn't that inappropriate?
Good question. And upon reflection, had he not done that, I wouldn't be here answering these questions. So the answer to your question, Your Honor, then would be, in that light, in that vein, the answer to your question would be yes.
It was inappropriate, correct? I just want to make sure I understand what the yes is. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, and I just want to say, I mean, my own experience is that, it's so troubling that when a law enforcement official, and here is the head of the sheriff's department, indicates through public forums that a person is under criminal investigation, and they don't have really any opportunity to defend themselves in court. I mean, in my book, by the way, it's unethical. And so And you're right, you probably wouldn't be here, but for the fact that that's what the former Sheriff Alex Villanueva did, not only with respect to Inspector General Huntsman, but other people that he felt were his critics or had oversight responsibility for him. And he did it with respect to even reporters. I mean, suggesting at a news conference with a photograph that Maya Lau was somehow a part of a criminal conduct. It's just inappropriate. By the way, whether they did it or not, it's just inappropriate because they can't defend themselves. I'm sorry, I made a little bit of a closing argument there, but I'm going to turn it back to Commissioner Kennedy. Sir.
So I think you've conceded that the former sheriff talked about this investigation of Mr. Huntsman personally, but you believe that even though that happened, you still can't talk about it yourself.
Well, I'm not going to answer a question you're posing me about the former sheriff's conduct or language or behavior. I can't do that.
Didn't you just answer that from?
Well, the way he phrased it was a bit more articulate, I guess, is that nothing personal
I'll
against
try
you.
to get better. I'll try
Yeah,
to get better.
there you go.
I think the record will speak for itself on the answer.
I just want to, could we put Exhibit 12 up? And go to subsection H. I'm just going to have to accept your refusal to answer questions about this investigation right now, but I want to know generally, as an experienced detective, you understand that the Inspector General has every right under the law to look at confidential personnel information from the Sheriff's Department in connection with auditing and investigating the department.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's what we're talking about here. Los Angeles County Code Section 6.44.190H. And it says straight out that the Office of Inspector General shall have the authority to undertake an inquiry or perform monitoring at the request of the Board of Supervisors, the Commission, or the Sheriff, or on its own initiative. I mean,
Is there a question there?
well, I'm just saying that's the legal basis for your conclusion, right?
For my conclusion to the previous answer I just gave
Yes,
about the authority of
yes.
the IG?
Yes.
That's one of them, yes.
Okay. Right. Because there are other ones, right? There's also state law, right?
That is correct.
And that would be Cal Government Code 25303, right?
I believe so.
Well, let's put it up, Exhibit 13. It refers to the fact that the Board of Supervisors shall supervise the official conduct of all county officers. It shall see that they faithfully perform their duties, direct prosecutions for delinquencies, and when necessary, require them to renew their official bond, make reports, and present their books and accounts for inspection. That's another basis, because the Inspector General is an official of the Board of Supervisors, right?
That is correct.
So can I ask, why would a public corruption detail be investigating the Inspector General for looking at personnel files when he has every right under the law to do just that?
Yes, you can ask that question. Go ahead.
That's my question.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's just following the law, isn't he?
Right. Again, because that's a current, active, ongoing prosecution conducted by the California Attorney General, I'm not going to answer that question in this venue, in this forum. That's a question better left, whatever remedy you may seek to compel me to answer it, whether it be an order to show cause or
Okay.
I don't know what other remedy you have available, but I'm not going to answer that question.
Let me ask it hypothetically. Why would a hypothetical public corruption detail investigate a hypothetical inspector general for accessing confidential personnel files in the course of conducting legally authorized auditing and investigating?
Well, under that
It's a
hypothetical,
hypothetical, yeah.
under that hypothetical
Yeah.
question, I can't imagine why, unless perhaps hypothetically, the files were stolen or illicitly obtained or somehow placed into the possession of the hypothetical inspector general, as reviewing hypothetically stolen materials, I would think would be inappropriate, hypothetically, of course.
But why would an inspector general need to steal materials? Because the statute says he can look at it outright as part of his legal duties.
That's another, you're just full of good questions today, Mr. Kennedy, and
I'm
I
trying.
can't answer that one for you hypothetically.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You know, the former constitutional policing advisor for the sheriff's department under a prior sheriff, Jim McDonnell. Her name is Diana Tran, right?
I do.
And you also investigated her for accessing, or you're, I guess, allegedly accessing confidential information. Is that right?
It is.
And isn't the constitutional policing advisor also entitled under the law to look at confidential files within the department? I mean, she's an employee.
Is that a hypothetical or a real life
Hypothetical.
question?
I don't want to,
Oh.
I mean, well, will you answer it?
Yeah,
for this?
absolutely. Hypothetically, I'll answer it.
Okay.
Absolutely. And the
Then-
answer is yes to your
Yes.
question.
And so, again, why would the detail be investigating a constitutional policing officer for doing her job, which is authorized by law?
Again, you're asking hypothetically?
Yes.
Again, hypothetically, it depends on the context in which the material has been obtained and the purpose for which it was obtained. And hypothetically, what was going to happen to that material? Hypothetically.
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
Well, in the context in which you're asking me that question, there are certain circumstances under which conduct that would normally be acceptable and lawful is not. And here's an example. Perhaps an employee working at American Express, and she's got access to everybody's American Express numbers, and that's her job, is to access those numbers and talk to card holders and straighten out their accounts. But she decides one day to access an account and copy the number down and give it to her hypothetical boyfriend, who then goes out and charges a trip to Hawaii and a bunch of Italian food. That would be an inappropriate access that she otherwise had lawful access to look at numbers and to manipulate them and to do things with them. But here she's using them for a hypothetical, unlawful purpose. That's as simple in my very simple brain as I can lay it out for you, sir.
No, I appreciate it.
There you go.
You have, is it fair to say that you have disdain for Diana Tran?
I've met her twice in my life and shook her hand and talked to her at a couple of staff meetings many, many years ago before she was the constitutional police advisor. And no, I don't have feelings about her one way or the other. Truly, I'm kind of, I just don't, I didn't develop any kind of feelings towards her one way or the other.
You haven't expressed to third parties that you think she's terribly corrupt.
Yeah, I probably have. That doesn't make her a bad person. I mean, I still get letters from people I put on death row, and sometimes good people do terrible things. It happens, and it's not gonna. I was a policeman a very long time. I was a homicide detective a very long time. I've handled a huge variety of cases, including many, many murder cases. And over the years, I developed relationships with people, and I'm not necessarily going to judge them on a singular act, and that would probably be true of Ms. Turan. No, it doesn't mean that people shouldn't be hypothetically, held accountable for their conduct.
Did you ever tell third parties, quote, you watch what I'm going to do to her with the FBI?
Absolutely not. I would never make a statement like that, ever.
So if somebody said that you told them that, they're lying.
They're either lying or they're mistaken or they didn't hear me properly.
Okay. The job of the constitutional policing advisor is to make sure that the department is engaging in or trying to engage in constitutional policing. Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Brady obligation of the prosecution?
I am.
I thought you would be. Could you explain it in your own words?
Brady is a U.S. Supreme Court case that delineated that the government, the prosecution, has a duty to turn over all potentially exculpatory information that has been gathered during the prosecution, as well as any kind of materials or information that may reflect one way or the other on the character or the integrity or the ethics of a potential witness, in particularly a government witness. Brady is actually a murder case from the state of Maryland.
I have to say, as a law professor, I could not have said it better. You're very good. If the constitutional policing advisor is accessing confidential personnel files at the department in order to make sure that Brady compliance occurs, is that illegal? Like the stolen American Express example that you used?
If it's okay with you, I'm going to answer that hypothetically.
Sure, yeah.
There is a process and a venue, since you know, when you're a professor of law, in how to obtain Brady material, starting with a Pitchess motion, and then working your way to a Brady motion if the Pitchess motion fulfills its obligations and it turns out there's something more there that merits a full Brady motion regarding the material or the personnel records of it. Though that law is very clear, as you're well aware, you're the law professor, not me, and that you can't do an end run around obtaining that material regarding the character or the prior conduct of the witness that you want to impugn or exculpate or inculpate. So I mean, we have rules and we have procedures and we have systems in law to get to the heart of the matter. So the answer hypothetically to your question is yes, I would think that would be inappropriate. It's akin to a engineer for Chevrolet working there 20 years and then going to Ford and taking with him all the trade secrets and all the stuff that he learned while he was a Chevrolet engineer and then sharing that with the Ford Motor Company, and that would be inappropriate. They have a right. It's almost like, and it's a bad example, but it's almost copyrighted or proprietary, that information. And we have laws, corporate laws, that allow proprietary information. And in Brady and criminal law, we have a procedure and a set way to discover Brady material. And so hypothetically, for somebody to access that material and then share it with either party, with a government party or with a defense party, I would think that would be inappropriate hypothetically. And I apologize for the long-winded answer.
No, it's complicated what we're
It is.
talking about. But the constitutional policing advisor is an employee of the department, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying that an employee of the department has to file a Pitchess motion to get information that she needs?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay.
I absolutely did not say that.
Well, what are
I
you
think I'm
saying?
close to saying that. I'm saying that a Pitchess motion and a Brady motion are the avenues that the law has formulated over the years in how to obtain discovery materials that may help a defendant. That's what I'm saying. There's a right way to do it. You don't work for Ford Motor Company and then lure the Chevy engineer over with pretty women and a case of beer. It's inappropriate. You can't do that.
Can the constitutional policing advisor access the confidential files to make an internal list for the sheriff so that the sheriff can advise prosecutors in particular cases about Brady material?
Hypothetically, yes, although that certainly, I don't think is the duty of a constitutional police advisor, but the answer to your question hypothetically would be yes.
So there's nothing illegal about doing that.
Hypothetically, if you were to access restricted records under 832 of the Penal Code, police law enforcement records are restricted somewhat, and their access and their use is governed under a body of law. So if you were to do that inappropriately, much like my American Express example, then that would potentially be a violation of law, hypothetically. A lot of hypotheticals here, sir.
But preparing an internal Brady list so that the sheriff's department actually advises prosecutors of Brady material in particular cases, there is nothing wrong with that, is there?
No.
Right.
On its face, no. I can't. I don't believe that there is.
So can I?
Although I believe hypothetically that the prosecutors would not accept such a notification or a list. I don't know that it would be lawful for them to accept that from the sheriff's department and then act on it. I don't know for sure. That you're the judge. I don't know if that's lawful or not.
Creating an internal list within just the department
Mhm.
would be a very good way to make sure that Brady notifications or Brady alerts are being done as required by law under, as you mentioned, the Supreme Court opinion, Brady versus Maryland.
The answer is yes, hypothetically, and the other answer, real life, is I believe there's already a mechanism or an avenue on the sheriff's department, on all law enforcement agencies, when there's an administrative finding of one of the 5 things that qualify a person for Brady. If they're found administratively, it's a founded investigation that they've lied or been deceptive or committed sexual battery under the color of authority or whatever the other 2 are. I don't recall off the top of my hand. Certainly the department has a mechanism to make those notifications. So I don't know that, jumping back in the hypothetical world here, if that's the role of a constitutional police advisor to accumulate a list like that and then turn it over to the prosecutor. I don't know that that's appropriate or not. Since there's already a mechanism in place to make Brady notifications within the department when there's a founded inquiry that an employee was dishonest.
What about a judicial finding that a deputy lied in court?
That's one avenue under Brady, absolutely. Yeah.
And a detective because you might know this, does the department have protocols or procedures in place to make sure that it is notifying trial prosecutors in particular cases that a deputy has impeaching information in their personnel file in order to comply with the constitutional requirement of Brady?
Great question. It'd probably be better posed to Mr. Luna, the current office holder, than me, but I believe the answer is yes.
I can't find it in that policy manual that you described earlier.
It's
Have
a
you ever
thick
seen
book.
it? Have you ever seen it?
I have not.
Did the did the public corruption detail investigate LA Times reporters?
As a matter of course, no.
No.
As a matter of routine and course duties, the answer to that is no.
So you didn't investigate LA Times reporter Maya Lau in your work at the corrupt.
Again, I would invoke 1040 of the evidence code and not answer that in this venue.
The trouble with that is, for me, and we'll decide what we need to do or with respect to a Superior Court here, but just the trouble with that is that you had former Sheriff Alex Villanueva, when he was the sheriff, at a press conference intimate that an LA Times reporter named Maya Lau was involved in criminal activity by. So really, in all fairness to her, if you didn't investigate Mayalao, I mean, I think you should say so. That's just my view. You don't want to, you're now implying that she was criminally investigated, just as Alex Villanueva intimated that she had committed a criminal act. So I don't know. I mean, I'd ask you again. I mean, it's one thing to identify somebody who is under investigation or was investigated, but it's another to just say, no, we never investigated that. Whatever Villanueva said about her, whatever he implied, whatever he was intimating with his photograph of her when he's talking about next to, I think, Inspector General Huntsman's photograph. I can remember the press conference. It would be good just to, indicate that.
And with all due respect, I'm not going to answer that question. It appears to me a more appropriate question for a different witness, in particular, perhaps Mr. Villanueva.
Yes, I would agree. It would be an appropriate question for him. Okay, so you're declining to answer that, and we'll see if we want to take that up with the Superior Court judge or not. Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Didn't the U.S. Attorney's Office advise you that these investigations of public officials for accessing confidential information, that there was no evidence of a crime, and they offered you a declination letter? I don't know if you can answer that one, but I thought.
Yeah, I can answer that. And the answer is a specific United States attorney did that. Yes. Obviously, you're aware of it because you have the report that I wrote saying as such.
Brandon Fox.
That is correct.
And he was the head of the public corruption investigations at the U.S. Attorney.
He was not. He was the chief of the criminal division for the United States Attorney
Even
for the
higher.
Central District.
Even higher.
I don't know their ranking structure.
He had been moved up. Go ahead.
Did that cause you to have pause about these investigations?
Not a single bit.
Because why, if you want to tell us? I mean, the chief of the criminal division has told you
Right.
there's nothing there, and you still want to go forward?
Yes.
Because?
We hadn't even barely touched the surface of the inquiry. We had just begun it. And he made a rash judgment based on scant or little evidence that was presented. The evidence hadn't been gathered at that time. It was really kind of a courtesy notification more than we weren't submitting the case for either approval or disapproval. We were simply making a notification in case there was a conflict. There is no mechanism in place for law enforcement to deconflict public corruption inquiries. There is such a thing like LA Clear, when narcotics detectives from LA sheriffs and narcotics detectives from Glendale are focused on the same target. They share that information, but there's no such vehicle in the world of public corruption. So we were making that notification for that exact reason, to ensure we weren't stepping on anybody's toes or anything. Mr. Fox was not even invited to that particular meeting. He just happened to show up. The meeting was at the FBI building with the special agent in charge, who would have had jurisdiction over the public corruption at the time.
Well, it's the U.S. attorneys that's got to make the decision whether to prosecute someone, though, right?
At some point in time, yeah.
And his decision at that point in time, based on all the evidence that you presented to him in the FBI, was no.
All the evidence, meaning very scant evidence, but you're correct in your summation of that. So,
and he offered you a declination letter, and what did you all say?
thank you. No, we're not here to get either your approval or your declination. We're here to simply make the notification and ensure that we're not stepping on another inquiry that may already be active and ongoing by the Department of Justice.
Just so I'm clear, the record's clear. Is this referring to an offer of declination with respect to Inspector General Huntsman or something else? I've missed it.
Inspector General Huntsman.
That's what I
yes.
thought. Okay.
And I think all the people that we've talked about, I wasn't there, you were.
Is there a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Were there other cases or other investigations that the public corruption detail was involved in or investigating that were discussed at that meeting with the FBI and the Assistant U.S. Attorney in charge of the criminal division.
Yes,
Did that, by the way, did that include the investigation that was being conducted by the detail of former Supervisor Kuehl and Commissioner Giggins?
yes.
Right. So did he offer a declination, a prosecutive declination on that case as well?
He did not.
Did it involve a discussion of any investigation of LA Times reporter Maya Lau?
I'm thinking about it because I just don't know the answer, Your Honor. I can't remember. I believe at that point in time, that party, I'm not sure if she was identified as being a party to that inquiry or not at that point in time, because it was so early in the investigation.
Other than the investigation of Supervisor Kuehl and Ms. Giggins and the investigation of Inspector General Huntsman, were there other cases that were discussed with the FBI at that meeting at the FBI head office here on Wilshire Boulevard?
Yes,
How many approximately?
I think 3 or 4.
Did any of those cases involve individuals who were not critics of Alex Villanueva? I'm serious.
Yeah. I'm thinking about that. And yes, I believe they did.
Okay, so we've got 3 or 4, we've got 5 or 6 cases discussed. How many of them, and in your estimation, I realize it calls for some judgment on your part, but how many of them involved individuals, cases or individuals that were not critics or performing an oversight function over the sheriff and his department?
3 or 4 of them.
And I take it the only one that I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but it was the offer of a declination only tendered with respect to Inspector General Huntsman, or was it tendered as to any of the other cases?
I believe just the one involving Mr. Huntsman.
And approximately when did that meeting take place at the FBI LA office?
I would, and I apologize, I don't know for sure. I'm going to say in the fall of 2019, I believe.
And besides yourself, was Detective Fernandez present?
No.
Who else was present on behalf of the Sheriff's Department?
Then Lieutenant, now Captain Glenn Walsh.
Anybody else for the Sheriff's Department?
No.
And you had the agent in charge of the FBI office. Do you recall his name, by the way?
Her name was Vavette, Vovette, I believe. And her last name is Morgan.
And how many other FBI agents were there at that meeting?
2 or 3.
All right. I just wanted to get some details as to the time and place of that meeting. Go ahead, Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, no, I was going to get to the Kuehl Giggins investigation next.
Oh, okay.
But can I just say, like, it wasn't just Max Huntsman that you were presenting a case to the FBI to, right?
Again, using the term presenting a case to the FBI is inappropriate. We were discussing with them and sharing the information that we had on a very cursory preliminary investigation. And our purpose in the meeting was simply to ensure that, 1, they were aware of what we were doing, and 2, that we were not stepping on their toes, that we weren't going to interfere with an investigation that they may have undertaken.
Okay, with that characterization in mind, it included more than Max Huntsman.
Correct.
It included also the constitutional policing advisor, Diana Turan, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And some employees of both the Office of Inspector General, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And those are the other people, right?
Correct.
Yeah. People who worked for the critics of Alex Villanueva.
Yes.
Yeah. And did the chief of the criminal division misunderstand something at the meeting? Because at the end, he tells you he's going to offer you a declination letter, but you're saying you weren't going there. to ask for a prosecution?
That is a question better posed to the chief. However,
What'd you think?
I thought he misunderstood the purpose of the meeting.
Okay. Now, as we've been discussing, you also were part of the team, I guess, investigating Supervisor Kuehl and Commissioner Patty Giggins.
I was a member of the team. It wasn't my case. I authored the first, on the sheriff's department, you're well aware, we call them a complaint report, the first report. I authored that report with the preliminary information on it. And then from there it was assigned to Detective Fernandez.
Okay. And I guess the allegation was that there was some type of illegality because the MTA awarded Ms. Giggins's nonprofit Peace Over Violence funds to establish a call-in line for commuters who experience sexual harassment while riding the subway. Is that a fair summary?
It is.
Okay. And you all eventually obtained a search warrant to search both of their homes, right?
No, when you say you all,
I'm sorry, yeah.
the answer is no to your question.
The public corruption detail obtained a search warrant to search their homes. Is that right?
No.
No? Can you
No.
explain who obtained
Well,
the
the
search?
when you go and obtain a search warrant, which I'm sure you're very well versed in, normally there's only a single affiant to it.
Mhm.
So in this particular case, I don't think there was anything extraordinary or remarkable or different than any other search warrant. I believe the affiant of the warrant, Detective Fernandez, took it to a magistrate. He reviewed it or she reviewed it and had it signed. I don't think the team accompanied him.
Okay, I just, that's what I meant to ask you.
Okay.
Someone on the team obtained a search warrant to search their home. Their homes. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's turn to exhibit number 15, page 1. I don't know what I am doing to make blinks. So the judge who signed the search warrant was Judge Craig Richmond, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's someone that you have a personal relationship with, right?
Yes.
Okay. And weren't there allegations from the sheriff's department that Max Huntsman, our inspector general, had engaged in criminal activity because he allegedly leaked information about this search warrant to third parties?
Yes.
But isn't it true that a fellow member of the public corruption detail was disseminating information about search warrants to members of the public who were perceived as friendly to then Sheriff Villanueva?
I am unaware of that, sir. I don't know if that is true or not. I've never heard that before, actually.
You never heard that your colleague, Max Fernandez, on this detail leaked information to Adam Lowe about search warrants?
I have not.
Okay.
No.
Let's turn to Exhibit 8 then. In March of 2021, isn't it true that you drove to a location in Ventura to meet with Mr. Adam Lowe?
No.
No? You didn't do
No, I
that?
didn't drive to Ventura.
Okay. Maybe I have the location wrong.
You do.
Okay. Did you drive somewhere to meet with Mr. Lowe?
I did.
Mr. Lowe is not a member of law enforcement.
He is not.
And why did you meet with him?
To speak with him.
About?
The current inquiry that was ongoing.
And at any point, did you talk about the fact that he had been tipped off about search warrants by your colleague, Mr. Fernandez, and that was inappropriate?
If you can refer me to a specific page of this transcript on this exhibit, I can perhaps answer more intelligently.
How about page 10 of this transcript? And it's the one on the left, the actual transcript page.
Okay, thank you.
You see what I'm talking about?
I do, thank you. Is there a specific line you want to refer me to?
Yeah, it's the part where you say, you're talking to Adam Lowe, who is not in law enforcement, and you're saying, it's totally inappropriate. It's against the law. It's 128 of the penal code. It's against the law for you to even know of the existence of a search warrant. You shouldn't even know about it and then interject yourself into it. Right?
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
happened, right?
Yes.
So isn't it true, like you did have knowledge that someone from the detail was leaking information about search warrants to someone, a third party who has no right to have that information, and that third party is Adam Lowe.
Yeah, you got me there, Mr. Kennedy. You're right.
Well, I'm not trying to do gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm not
You
doing
sure?
gotcha. Can you tell us, like, Adam Lowe? Who is Adam Lowe?
He's a husband of a whistleblower / complainant in one of the criminal investigations, in particular, the one that we're not talking about.
Yes, yes. And he's also a friend of then Sheriff Villanueva and his wife Vivian, right?
I had heard that. He had told me that, yes.
In fact, he's very proud of his access to the Villanuevas, isn't he?
He had mentioned it to me more than once.
Yeah, and he often mentions that he posts photos with them on social media, right?
I don't recall that in particular, but I knew that he communicated with them and had a relationship with.
Let
I
me,
actually don't know if it was with them or with the sheriff in particular.
let me say it more generally. He bragged about his access and relationship with them. Fair statement?
Yes.
Yes. And you were very concerned about it, and you did not want him talking about knowing about search warrants, right?
Correct.
And he told you, well, first of all, Max told me, right?
If you can point to the page and
Page
line
11,
number.
I think it is.
I'm sorry?
Page 11.
Thank you. Is there a line number or?
So, well, first of all, Max told me it's right up at top. I think that's one of them where he says it.
You don't want to yell at me for calling him a dumb shit too, do you?
I'm not. I didn't ask
Because you
about
can
that.
go, I know you're going to go there, so go ahead and bring it out now there, Mr. Kennedy.
I'm not. I really am focused
Yeah.
on this issue
Of
because
course you are.
because
No,
I'm
no, okay, just to be clear on the record, I'm sorry.
it's okay.
So just so the record's clear here, you told Mr. Lowe told you that Max, and let's be clear on the Max we're talking about here, Fernandez, had informed him of the search warrants with respect to Chili Kuhl and Patty Giggins. Am I correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir. I believe you're correct.
And that's what you testified to.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. I just wanted to be,
No, I
record be
understand.
clear.
I need all the help I can get, Your Honor. Can we turn to page 20 of this same exhibit? You're talking to Mr. Lowe about this, and you're actually very honestly calling him out about receiving confidential search warrant information. And you're saying, well, yeah, we did. That's there's no getting around it. I don't know. The email, it's clear, and your text, it's clear that you had knowledge of the warrant. So somewhere in your mind when you went up there was the concern that he had been tipped off about warrants from one of your colleagues.
Yes.
And he tries to say, oh, I'm going to blame it on Mr. Dugdale, who's one of the defense counsel, right?
Correct.
And you say that may be your truth. In fact, you had personal knowledge of the existence of the warrant prior to its signature, prior to its service. And it's obvious that that's the truth. And that's the way cops are going to testify. So if you testify contrary to that, somebody's going to be perjuring themselves, right?
Yeah, those are my words. Absolutely.
Yeah. And so there's a member of the public corruption detail that is telling third parties who are favorable to the elected sheriff at the time about search warrants, right?
Is that the question you're posing to me?
That's the question, yeah.
It would appear from this conversation that is correct, yes.
And did you investigate Max Fernandez for accessing and leaking confidential information the way that you investigated others based on that allegation?
No.
Because?
Kind of a silly question there, Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect.
Why? Why is that silly? Our law enforcement, they get a special treatment. They're not investigated for
It's taken out of context, and that this particular person, Mr. Lowe, although he's truly not a witness or an informant in any way in this inquiry, he's married to the primary complainant. So I don't think that that Sergeant Fernandez leaked this information to him on purpose or with a malignant heart or anything else. As you know, it's a specific intent crime to reveal the existence of a warrant prior to its service. I think that perhaps a lack of or too much candor on the part of Sergeant Fernandez with that particular witness, the word got out and he couldn't put the genie back in the bottle. I don't think there was any ill intent. That's a little bit different than somebody's intentionally tipping off a target of a warrant that, hey, the cops are going to come, hide your dope and, stand by. Those are two very different things, which is why revealing the existence of a warrant, felonious act, is a specific intent crime.
Well, how do you know Max Fernandez's intent regarding this issue if you never investigated it?
Now, call me silly. What advantage would Sergeant Fernandez have in revealing the existence of the warrant to a party who's really just on the periphery of the investigation?
Wouldn't one advantage be that Mr. Lowe can pass on information directly to Alex Villanueva that you've told us you can't because of the way you've arranged the recusal?
It's funny where your mind goes, but I reckon that would be one advantage. But since you're the guy asking me the questions.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you're more generous with Max Fernandez about search warrants than you are with the Inspector General of LA County.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, then the answer is yes.
Nonetheless, you would agree, wouldn't you, that Max Fernandez should not be leaking that there's a search warrant before its execution to non-law enforcement personnel? You would agree that he should not be doing that, correct?
The answer to that is yes, Your Honor.
And by the way, it's kind of a legal conclusion, but you've been around. Wouldn't you agree, by the way, that's unlawful for him to do?
No, not if it's an inadvertent act. I would not agree with that. It's unlawful.
All right, because you're going back to what his intent is, I guess.
That is correct.
All right. All right. Kennedy.
We're almost done. On October 16th, 2013, the city attorney of Los Angeles filed criminal charges against a sitting Superior Court judge, Craig Richmond, alleging that he battered a female victim, Connie Romero, right? You know this.
Absolutely.
Okay. And Judge Richmond, that's the judge who signed the warrants that we just talked about, right?
Yes.
And to be clear, you were not the investigating officer on this misdemeanor case being prosecuted by the city attorney's office, were you?
That's correct. I was not.
You had no role whatsoever in the city attorney's misdemeanor prosecution of Judge Richmond.
That is correct.
right? And can you take a look at exhibit number 4? Are you familiar with this?
I am.
This is a charging evaluation sheet from the LA County District Attorney's Office, right?
It is.
And sadly, you're the subject of this charging evaluation, right?
Very sad.
I understand. And this investigation that was conducted, the evaluation reflects that you asked the LA Fire Department, an investigator, Timothy Crass, that you needed information about the alleged victim in this misdemeanor case, Connie Romero, right?
Yes.
And the fire department investigator said, no, you have to subpoena that information. I can't give you that information, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't subpoena it, right?
I'm sorry?
You did not subpoena
I
it.
did not have the power of subpoena at that time, and no, I did not.
Right. And 3 days later, you accessed Connie Romero's confidential criminal history from a JDIC terminal at the sheriff's Lakewood station, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And you designated your identifier and reason as Lily-118PC-INV, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And 118 PC, that's a reference to the penal code,
It is.
and it's for perjury, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And why did you claim you were seeking confidential information about an alleged victim in an ongoing battery prosecution that you have nothing to do with? Why did you claim you were seeking confidential information about her in connection with a perjury investigation?
Because I had been tasked with conducting a criminal investigation by the then sheriff of Los Angeles County, Lee Baca, regarding threats to a judicial officer. Under the government code, under the county charter, the sheriff is charged with the protection of judicial officers. I had previously been assigned to investigate the murder of a Superior Court judge and his wife, who were killed out in Chino Hills in their home, but he was a LA County Court Commissioner. So I was somewhat familiar with investigating murders and assaults against judicial bench officers. That being said, during the course of that inquiry, when I ran Connie Romero's, I'm sorry, is it Connie Ramirez? Yeah, Connie
Romero.
Ramirez. When I ran her criminal history, it was during the course of that inquiry to determine if her alleged assault on the bench officer was related to his employment as being a sitting judge. That's why I ran her criminal history, because I was tasked by the sheriff with conducting an inquiry, because the sheriff is charged with protecting judicial bench officers, and he wanted to know if the threat, if it was a real threat, or if she had attacked him, or whatever the allegation was, had something to do with the course and scope of his employment as being a judge.
So why did you put the penal code provision for perjury?
Because I'm an idiot and I couldn't remember the damn code for threatening a judicial officer, is the best I can remember. I to this day, I think it's 136, but I'm not even sure of that. To be honest with you, that's probably why.
Okay.
It's an odd code. It's not one that we use all the time.
Can I ask, like, I know that you investigated the murder of the commissioner and his wife many years before, right? That's what you're
That is
saying.
correct.
But that makes sense. You're a homicide detective,
I am.
and that was a double homicide.
It was.
This is, I think it's been called Poopgate in the
Correct.
news. There's a fight over dog poop.
That's correct.
So why would then Sheriff Baca ask you to investigate a threat against a judicial officer?
Because I had done the same thing in the past. There was a judicial officer that was being extorted, and he had gone to the sheriff. This is many years ago, prior to the election of Sheriff Baca. The then sitting sheriff had asked me to conduct that inquiry. And I have, over the years, conducted a number of sensitive criminal inquiries involving people of note or people in unique appointed or elected
Can I,
capacities.
are you done? I don't want to interrupt you.
I
There's
am.
nothing worse than.
Thanks for letting me finish the answer.
The department has a judicial services division to investigate stuff like this.
It does.
So why would then Sheriff Baca ask you, a homicide detective, to investigate judicial threats in the Poopgate case? That's what they call it in the press. When there are professionals who are dedicated to this in the judicial services division of LA Sheriff's
A
Department.
question probably better posed to Sheriff Baca. Why he picked me, I couldn't tell you. There was a cadre of, there were a number of older, experienced detectives that had a wide variety of different experiences and investigative skill sets, and I was one of those number of detectives throughout the department. Sheriff's Department, as you're aware, is big. At one time, we had 1,000 detectives throughout both detective division and then the individual stations. And I was one of those 1,000 detectives, and sometimes my number would come up. That's why.
Okay.
I assume, but again, a question better posed for a different witness than me.
Well, and in fact, the investigators working for the DA in this charging evaluation, they did ask then Sheriff Baca, right? And he wasn't able to confirm your statement that he asked you to do a judicial inquiry threat against Connie Romero.
Is
Right?
there a question there?
Yes. That's the
Oh,
question.
okay. Yes, you're correct. The investigators at the time did ask Sheriff Baca that question. Absolutely.
And the three, you named three other officials, and they also could not confirm it, right?
I don't, can you refer me to a page on that?
Sure. Chief William McSweeney.
The page
The
number?
page, I'm sorry, Ally, do you have the page?
38.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just need a moment.
No. Find
You
it.
don't have to find it. I found it.
Okay.
It's 38 and 39.
Yeah.
And yeah, I see in this declination document, pages 38, 39, what you're trying to formulate question-wise. So again, my answer would be, you're asking me to answer a question from people that are more suited to ask that question of than me.
But this reflects that they were all asked the question and none confirmed what you're telling us.
Correct.
And on November 29th, 2013, in connection with this same investigation, you faxed a request to the Ventura Sheriff's Department for a police report documenting the arrest of Connie Romero in Ventura for an alleged DUI. And the reason that you gave for the request was that the detectives are currently conducting a 76 PC threat to a public official.
There you go. That's the right penal code section.
So this is the part where you change from perjury to a threat to a public official, which
Correct.
is what you said about. And the answer, why did you change, is because now you remembered it.
Correct.
And can I ask, did you have any evidence that Connie Romero ever threatened Judge Richmond?
Yes, there was prima facie evidence from the fact that they had gotten involved in a confrontation and had exchanged, physical interaction with each other. So I had that
Well,
evidence.
he was the defendant in the battery prosecution.
Are you asking me that as a question?
Yes.
Oh, you're correct. He was the defendant in the prosecution. That's correct.
And she was the alleged victim.
That is correct.
And that made you think that she was threatening the judge?
Well, as you're well aware, Mr. Kennedy, are you going to ask me about the verdict from that prosecution?
I'm going to get there. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the verdict doesn't exist at the time you're doing this.
No, it did not. And that's all the more reason why I was making the inquiry to determine if the assault on the bench officer was related to his duties or was simply something unrelated to his duties as a bench officer. That was the purpose of my inquiry
Well, what's
as
the
the
threat?
sheriff. I'm sorry?
What's the threat Miss Romero made to Judge Richmond
What is the
Yeah.
threat?
that
Oh,
you were investigating?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Did you have any evidence that anybody else had threatened Judge Richmond?
I did not.
Now, in response to your request, and we really are, because I know you have a plane, the sheriff gave you the police report as you requested, right?
Yes,
And they stamped on the copy that they provided you, Ventura County Sheriff, East County Records copy, not to be duplicated, right?
correct.
And the clerk hand wrote on the stamp that the report was provided to, quote, Mark Lillienfeld, although it's spelled like Lillienfeld, and LASO homicide. Right?
Yes,
Yeah. And did you give that report to defense counsel for Judge Richmond?
I did not. Had I done that, it would be a crime.
And do you know how, I mean, you know that Judge Richmond's defense lawyer filed this report in court twice, right?
Yes.
Do you know who gave it to him?
Nope. I have no clue.
And
Did Sheriff Pocket have the report?
No, he did not.
on, is it fair to say that the deputy city attorney prosecuting that case thought you did?
Yes, that is fair to say.
That's Deputy City Attorney Joshua Geller, right?
Yes, sir.
And he emailed you to ask if there was any basis supporting the alleged investigation regarding the threat to Judge Richmond, right?
I do not specifically recall. That sounds, if you have a copy of the email, I'd like to see it, but I
It's
just don't
referred to
specific-
in this. I don't have the email.
Oh,
It's
okay.
referred to
I
in
don't
the
either.
charge evaluation.
Oh, okay. Then most likely that
Okay.
occurred. I just don't have a clear memory of that.
And he asked you if you knew where the defense lawyer for the judge obtained the report too. He asked that as well.
Again, I don't have a clear recollection of that.
Up here, does looking at page 4 of 8 refresh your recollection?
Where on the page? Oh,
The
okay.
first paragraph.
Okay.
And you didn't return his email. Right.
Actually, I don't believe it was an email, sir. I think it was a phone call.
Well, actually, he emailed you and then he phone called you, right? He called you.
I remember the phone calls. I don't remember the email.
Okay. Do you remember, well, you didn't return any communication from the city attorney prosecuting that case, right?
I did not.
And isn't it right that you, instead of answering the deputy city attorney who asked you these questions, you wrote to a colleague, Detective Francis Hardiman, quote, FYI, is it me or is this both snotty and threatening? Maybe a letter to the city attorney of a complaint and the Cal Bar.
Yes, I did write that. Absolutely.
Now, what is wrong with a prosecutor asking you questions about confidential information that you have a connection to and were being used in violation of the law, as you said?
The answer to your question is there's absolutely nothing wrong with the prosecutor asking a question in that vein.
So why is he subject to a Cal Bar complaint for asking you those questions?
Because his conduct and his language and his tone and his demeanor was unprofessional. And I believe there are Cal Bar rules regarding professionalism and how you address people. And I thought that he was way out of line. I think the word was snarky, which probably isn't really a word.
I think that comes up later. He referred, when you didn't answer, he referred this to the DA, right?
He meaning who?
Deputy City Attorney Geller.
Referred the matter of me obtaining that
Yes.
that information? Yes, he referred it to the district attorney.
Or someone from the city attorneys anyway referred it there.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And the investigators talked to you, right?
You know what? I stand corrected, sir. There was a administrative inquiry that was conducted by the LA Sheriff's Department based on a letter of complaint from the snarky attorney. And at the conclusion of that investigation, they submitted it to the DA for either a prosecution or a declination. So
Right.
that's what this
That's right.
8-page document is. That's how it got to the DA.
He referred it to the DA. The DA referred it to
He did not.
ICIB.
He did, I
And then
don't
I
believe
say-
so. I believe that the city attorney directly wrote to the Internal Criminal Investigations Bureau.
Okay, well, in any event, you agreed to be interviewed by investigators, right?
Twice, I think.
Twice, that's right. And when they ask you why you didn't return the city attorney's phone messages and email, you responded because Mr. Geller was, quote, unprofessional, snotty, snarky, and borderline unethical, right?
That is correct.
What is unethical about a public prosecutor asking to investigate whether a member of the department illegally obtained confidential criminal history information and illegally obtained a police report?
I find it unethical when a attorney asks leading questions that assume facts that aren't already out there. And I got that distinct impression from Mr. Geller, and I didn't think it was appropriate. That's why. That's not a judgment call, but that was the flavor and the tone that I got from him. So that's the answer to your question.
You don't ever ask leading questions when you're interrogating suspects?
I don't interrogate suspects.
When you
Interrogation
interview
is
suspects?
Pardon me?
You don't ever ask a leading question when you interview a suspect?
It depends on the situation and all that. I try to avoid them. They're not good in murder investigations.
I don't have any further questions. I really appreciate you answering my question.
You bet.
Just have a couple of questions. One is, do you know Judge Richmond?
I do, Your Honor, along with roughly 40 of the 290 judges that are on the bench, along with some appellate justices, along with Chief Justice George and I are somewhat friendly.
Has Judge Richmond ever acknowledged as a favor that you were able to develop some information that cast, let's say, doubt on, or might have even helped him with his defense against the assault charges he was facing?
He became only aware that the sheriff had tasked me with ensuring his safety. For the first time I had ever met him, I went to his house to kind of do an overview of his home and make sure he had proper lighting and the bushes were trimmed back and that his neighbors knew who he was and to call LAPD were there to be a problem and things along those lines. But he was unaware that I had been tasked to conduct the inquiry regarding his physical and personal safety.
I mean, have you continued after that from time to time to have some contact, social contact or otherwise?
Much like I do with the other 30 or 40 judges I'm friendly with, yes.
I've got to ask you this, sir.
Yes, sir.
Did you suggest to your fellow public corruption detailee, Max Fernandez, that he might contact Judge Richmond for the search warrants of Sheila Kuehl and Patty Giggins' homes?
Unequivocally, absolutely not. We, in fact, had gone to the presiding judge of the criminal court when the unit was first formed, and we had that judge designate 3 specific judges throughout the county who were going to be tasked with signing any and all search warrants, as they were all somewhat vetted and they had no conflicts to speak of. And Judge Richmond was not one of the 3 specifically assigned judges to assist the public corruption detail in obtaining warrants or orders.
So that, of course, raises a question. Why didn't you go to one of the 3 judges that have been designated by the presiding judge to get the search warrants issued?
Your Honor.
When I say you, I mean,
Yeah.
to the extent you know, your
And I don't.
colleague, Max Fernandez. You don't know.
That's the question posed better for him than me. I would guess, if I'm allowed to guess in your answer here, I would guess that the judges we had designated were not available.
All right. That's interesting speculation. All 3 judges weren't available, and it just happens that he went to Judge Richmond, who is a judge, whatever else might be said, that you assisted in some way or another in connection with the judge's belief that he'd been threatened by Ms. Romero, correct? Is that a correct summary? Or is that argumentative?
It
Am I
is
being-
argumentative.
am I being
Absolutely.
unprofessional
With
there?
all due
All right.
respect, it was a crappily formed response, sir.
Well, it was a leading question.
Yes, it was.
Right.
Crappily.
All right, and I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just a couple of details here. I just wanted, these are, I think, purely factual questions that you can answer. And you may have already answered this, but I just want to know, when did Alex Villanueva stand up the public corruption detail within the Sheriff's Department? I mean, in relationship to his being sworn in December 2018, was it like the next month, but approximately when was that stood
About
up?
6 months later.
Okay. When did he first ask you to become part of the public corruption detail?
About 2 weeks prior to the election that was held in November of 18, I was introduced to him. And at that time, he asked me, were he to win the election, if I would be interested in coming back and working as a 960 higher back deputy sheriff.
And did he mention that, but the purpose for that would be that you would be involved in or participate in a public corruption detail?
Amongst other potential duties, yes.
Okay, so he was already thinking about it before he actually was sworn into office,
Well,
correct?
again, I question better for him, but we certainly.
No, I'm asking you based upon what he told
Yeah.
you 2 weeks before he
Yes, sir.
was sworn in. Okay. So,
And if I could elaborate on that
no,
answer.
I didn't ask you to do that, but
Okay.
I may later. But so I'm just, because in the interest of time, I just want to get some,
So you don't want the complete answer.
oh, okay, all right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me how.
The
you-
reason he was interested in a public corruption detail is because during the campaign, many people, including media people, citizens, whistleblowers, attorneys came up to him and expressed that there was a great deal of inappropriate conduct going on throughout LA County, including wage theft and unfair use of labor, as well as people quid pro quo arrangements. And people were very upset about that during the campaign, and they expressed that to him. And that was why he had talked about formulating a specific detail that dealt with those kinds of issues, because there wasn't such a thing. And I thank you for allowing me to answer that.
Right. Was that based upon something Alex Villanueva said to you, or are you
Yes.
speculating? All right. So, did the public corruption detail, did it exist through the entire term of Alex Villanueva's term as the sheriff?
No.
Okay. When did it dissolve or be disbanded?
January 24th of 2023, after Robert Luna was elected and sworn in as sheriff, he disbanded the detail.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. My question was, maybe I misspoke, but did it exist for the entire term of office of Alex Villanueva from the time it was started until he left office?
No, sir. I believe it started around 6 or 7 months into his term, I think.
Oh, yeah, I got the start date. I'm trying to get the end date here.
January
The end
24th,
date.
2023.
Okay, and the person who ended the public corruption detail was the sheriff that replaced Alex Villanueva, Robert Luna, correct?
That is correct.
Right. Now, how many personnel of the sheriff's department were assigned to the public corruption detail?
It varied. It started with simply 2. And I believe at one point there were either 8 or 10 detectives assigned to the unit, and the number fluctuated somewhat.
All right. So, I mean, other than, so we know that you and Max Fernandez, and then there were 3 lieutenants you mentioned. How many other, at the high water mark, are you saying there are another 4 or 5 that were in the detail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which one of the 3 lieutenants, by the way, did you report to?
Well, all 3 of them were in and out of the unit. The first
Oh, I
lieutenant
see.
was Captain Glenn Walsh, and then Captain Andy Meyer. And then when he promoted, it was Lieutenant.
Oh, okay.
Willows.
I got that. So it's just that there was 1 lieutenant that,
Correct.
but that rotated several times.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've got that. And that lieutenant, whoever it was, reported to Under Sheriff Murakami, correct?
That's correct.
So when did Sheriff Villanueva put Under Sheriff Murakami in charge of this public corruption detail? Approximately. I'm not looking for an exact date.
In I believe in the summer of 2019, when it was formed and functioning.
Right around the time it was formed or stood up.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. All right. I think these, you covered the other questions here. I guess now there was one, Alex Villanueva at one point publicly suggested that the chief executive officer of the county of Los Angeles, Sachi Hamai, had engaged in criminal conduct. Can you tell me, I mean, is that something that was investigated by the public corruption detail? I mean, was she investigated by the public corruption detail?
A complaint report was authored and it was turned over to the California Attorney General.
were turned over after the Attorney General took over all the cases?
No.
or- Okay, very early on,
Correct.
all right. And who caused that to be turned over to the California
I
Attorney
did.
General? I thought Murakami was in charge of the unit.
He was.
Oh, but you made the decision to turn that complaint over to the State Attorney General?
With the permission of the undersheriff, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess the other question, I kind of asked it before, but I just feel like I should ask it again because we've identified in the course of this hearing that there were at least indications of criminal investigations that were initiated against the Inspector General, Mr. Huntsman, against Commissioner Patty Giggins and a supervisor, Sheila Kuehl. There's obviously was a criminal investigation that be based upon a complaint against Sachi Hamai, the chief executive officer of the county of Los Angeles. There was an indication on the part of the former Sheriff Alex Villanueva that an LA Times reporter, Maya Lau, had engaged in criminal activity. And so the question I have is, did the public corruption detail investigate anybody who was not either a critic or had some oversight responsibility of the sheriff?
The answer-
Sheriff Alex Villanueva.
The answer to your question is yes.
They did.
Yes.
And did that include anybody other than employees of the Office of the Inspector General?
Yes.
But it did include employees of the Office of Inspector General, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you don't consider the employee of the Office of the Inspector General to, look, we were all here during that 4 years. You don't think that at least the former Sheriff Alex Villanueva considered not just Mr. Huntsman, but everybody in the Inspector General's office to be a critic and having some oversight responsibility over him? I mean, you're not saying that.
As I testified earlier, Your Honor, with all due respect, my relationship with the sheriff was friendly and academic, and I made a regular habit of asking about his dog and baseball and how things were, and we never discussed his critics or who the targets were of our criminal inquiries. I dealt directly with the appointed undersheriff at the time.
And you never discussed it because Alex Villanueva had recused himself, correct?
That's in air quotes, just like he did.
Yeah.
Correct.
And when you say recused himself, of course, he recused himself, but his undersheriff actually reported to him, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I know you wouldn't be privy to it, but there could have been some conversations between the undersheriff Murakami and Alex Villanueva as to what the public corruption detail should be doing or not be doing and who it should be investigating. It's a hypothetical question, I guess. You don't really know one way or the other.
You want me to answer it?
Well, if you could.
I don't really know.
Okay, that's what I thought your answer would be. And I don't mean that critically, because I know
understand.
you would not be present at those such meetings, assuming that they occurred. So the criminal complaint against Sachi Hamai, who initiated that?
I believe a citizen, an employee, I want to say of United Way, called in and was a complainant on that, I believe. I don't recall. It's been a good number of years. Mr. Kennedy shaking his head no, so I'm sure you've got the documents. You can refresh me with those, and I'm happy to answer appropriately if that's wrong.
Do we know?
Sheriff's wife who made a comment on Facebook Live that it's a felony for her to sit as a volunteer on the United Way.
Absolutely not. We wouldn't initiate a complaint or draw a file number or start an inquiry off of something silly like that. I'm sure you're in possession of the report and documents, or he wouldn't be asking the question.
Well-
I'm happy to answer it appropriately if you could produce those.
Well, anyway, for whoever the actual complainant was by name, I mean, it is, I think, a fact of a public record that the sheriff's wife did suggest that Sachi Hamai had engaged in criminal activity with respect to her charitable work with the United Way. And the record will speak for itself on whatever that is. But that's all the questions I have. But let me ask other members of the commission. Yes, Commissioner Johnson, they have questions.
Yes, thank you for being here today. And I wanted to ask you about a reference you made earlier about the sentence in the volume of the sheriff's manual that gave a basis for this special detail involving public corruption. To the best of your knowledge, can you cite that basis from the manual as you attempted to do earlier?
You know, I know it's volume 4 and I want to say it's section 1. And other than that, I'm lost. Not only like many things in the sheriff's manual of following procedures, it's based on law. And I believe it's 26,000, maybe 26,600 of the government code that grants the sheriff the power to conduct those kinds of inquiries and investigations.
And were you present earlier today for the testimony of Max Fernandez?
I was.
And did you hear the question directed to him about the evidence from the initial search warrant involving reporting in the Advocate magazine? Did you see that?
I did.
And do you happen to know what today is in the city of Los Angeles?
Today in particular?
Yes.
No, sir, I'm sorry, I don't.
Today is the National Coming Out Day, the first city in the country to declare National Coming Out Day a holiday. And do you know the significance of that?
I do not.
Well, National Coming Out Day is a day to celebrate the recognition of LGBTQ plus people and the freedom from discrimination that LGBTQ plus people have earned. Now, do you know what happened to be the catalyst for the publication of the Advocate magazine?
I do not. I'm sure you're going to tell me though.
Well, I think it might be a little bit of a light on the subject and some sunlight on the background here, because the Advocate magazine actually grew out of protests in 1967 here nearby in Silver Lake outside the Black Cat. And it involved police abuse of LGBTQ people who were arrested summarily merely for kissing someone on New Year's Eve. Okay? And the Advocate magazine grew out of those protests. And I just wanted to ask you if there is the formation of a special police force, because you may be familiar that in the common parlance of many Angelenos, the unit that you participated in gained a nickname as a special or secret police force, okay? And in Los Angeles today, the concern about the impact of the secret police force that you participated in has many historical remnants and bases out of incidents like the arrests of people at the Black Cat in 1967. And I just wanted to ask you, do you have any idea of the chilling effect on Angelenos, including commissioners like myself, for whom the existence of the secret police force and its retaliatory actions taken against a fellow commissioner even had upon people's willingness to serve in the role of commissioners for sheriff's oversight? Are you aware of the chilling effect that your actions in the secret police had on Angelenos?
The short answer is yes.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because I think that there is some value out of today's testimony, not only in getting at facts, but also in some of the reconciliation and reckoning with that record of facts that we have had laid out on the docket today, thanks to the excellent questioning and your agreement to participate and answer questions today.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Callaway.
So I might need some help from Commissioner Kennedy, just in case I say it wrong. I'm not verbose with a lot of the history. This is my second meeting. So I would just want to make sure just the approximation. How many complaints did the actual special unit receive in total?
Best question of the day, sir. Probably, I'm guessing somewhere around 55 or 60 is what I would guess different inquiries were conducted.
Copy that. And so out of those complaints, because I've never heard of this special corruption unit, because I would have loved to have heard of it, but I've never heard of it. So how did the complaints from the citizens get made? Was there a hotline, like a phone number or email address, or?
Quite often they would be referred to that unit. So they would have direct contact, or the unit would learn about the existence of a complaint, sometimes through the media, sometimes just through other concerned citizens, anonymous letters, a variety of ways. This is how cases will get initiated. And then the complainant would be contacted. Normally, no inquiry was conducted without either an oral interview or a letter written by a complainant, a complaining party. That's how
Copy
the investigations were initially conducted.
Understood. And then, so what would be your estimate on how many of the 55 to 60 complaints came actually from an actual community member? Someone that wasn't connected with the department at all, and like didn't even know anyone in the department, in the county government, just a regular person.
My guess would be more than half, probably 30 of them, 25 to 35 of them.
Copy. And then, so the last question, which is the one with Commissioner Kennedy, I might need some help from, is with the investigation that was about the threat to a public official.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear correct that there was an attempt for the subpoena to be obtained, and then it was denied, and then the access to the confidential file happened? Was that the timeline?
The threat to the public official you're referencing is the judge with the dog shit caper?
Yeah.
Okay. That occurred years before the election of Alex Villanueva or the formation of the Public Corruption Unit. That happened, Christ, I think 5, 6, 7, 8 years before that.
Okay, so that's what we were talking about. It's two separate instances. There was a subpoena that didn't happen way before or was denied before.
No subpoena was ever issued. Cops don't issue subpoenas, the court does.
Yeah.
There was not a subpoena that was issued, nor was one sought. That was simply, with all due respect, Mr. Kennedy throwing dirt all over my head. I'm surprised he didn't bring in all the bad shit I did in high school and college, but that's what that was.
Well, if it was relevant, I would have liked him to bring it in.
Absolutely.
Like, were you?
I'm shocked he didn't.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Yes,
I listened to you when you stated that you did not investigate Max Fernandez for leaking information. Have you thought about how that appeared to the public?
Sure.
Because I found that very discriminating, because it sets up a standard that people who work for the sheriff department, police department, they get special breaks. Anyone else that was non-police, they don't get those type of breaks. And so it makes it seem as though we have two systems of justice, which I find very, very offensive. So just to say that, oh, Max Fernandez, oh, I don't believe he meant to hurt anyone, but anybody else, you definitely would have charged. So I think you really, really need to seriously think about how that affects the general public. Because we can't have two standards like that.
sounds more like a comment than a question, but did you want to respond?
Nope.
By the way, you said there were 55 to 60 complaints made during the roughly 3.5 years of that this public corruption detail was in existence. How many of those were actually, how many investigations were there?
55 or 60.
Oh, so every complaint you got, you opened up an investigation?
Every one that on its face looked like it had something to it, some merit to it, yes.
Right. Other questions by the commission?
Well, I just want to ask about a pattern that emerged in your discussion about the assistant city attorney, Mr. Geller. And I wanted to ask about how you reached the conclusion that the hard questions that he was posing to you by email and by voicemail, that was unethical. How is it unethical to ask hard questions of someone operating under the color of a law enforcement badge?
Mr. Johnson, I'm not sure if you're an attorney or not, sir. I've been a policeman 4.5 decades. I've investigated hundreds of murders. I've taken 15 death penalty trials to conclusion. I'm used to somewhat answering questions from lawyers, and there's a certain way to go about doing it, and there's a certain way to not go about doing it. And to, again, reiterate, my answer stands from an hour and a half ago when Mr. Kennedy asked me that. I don't need to repeat the same answer here. There's just a way to go about doing things in business. We're supposed to be professional, and that wasn't there. And as you are hopefully aware, if you're not an attorney, I don't recall if you are or not, but there's a code of ethics that attorneys have to abide by with the Cal Bar, and
Right.
Mr. Geller was outside of that code, or I
Right, but
felt he was.
I just find it interesting that you went to the conclusion of his hard questions that you did not answer, but that he repeatedly had to ask of you, that it was unethical. And I want to note also that when Max Fernandez testified earlier, he, in part of his answers, leapt to the conclusion that Commissioner Gigan's presence here today for his questioning, that had the whiff of corruption to him too, which to me was a significant leap of inference. And there's a pattern that struck me about why a unit that was dedicated to alleged corruption could possibly bootstrap those impressions or perhaps misimpressions aimed at people in public office or taking on a public function, serving the public interest. Do you see how it can be disturbing to the people here today and to those watching that you could bootstrap an inference like that of your own about an ethical misimpression, or that Max Fernandez could draw the conclusion that someone doing some scrutiny of past actions was somehow engaged in corruption? Do you see how that could be disturbing to people about the distortion of the mission of a special detail like that, that seemed to have a very malleable basis in policy in the first place?
Is your question to me? Do I
Yes, it
realize
is.
the
It's
impact?
a
Is that
question
your
for you.
question to me?
Yeah,
The answer is yes.
thank you.
Other
Sure.
questions? Commissioner Kennedy, did you have any follow-up or,
I just wanted
Oh.
to.
well, shall we get Mr. Cowley?
I just wanted to make sure that I heard correct. You don't have a tattoo of a gang, clique, or subgroup anywhere on your body? That's what you said?
I don't have any tattoos.
Copy that.
Yes, Commissioner Kennedy, any follow-up?
My last, Detective, when I met with you at the Hall of Justice, it's because I had written a memo entitled Villanueva Administration's Investigation of Oversight Officials on May 27th, 2021. And some people in the department took issue with that. Is that right?
I don't remember why we met. I remember that you were very ill-informed regarding the McDonald's wear a uniform to jail incident until I sat you down and we talked for about an hour and a half, and I showed you the sealed court order with the judge's permission. That's what I remember about that. I don't remember how we got to that juncture. I believe it was because you were putting out misinformation and somebody in authority yelled at you. I wouldn't have been the guy. I don't remember if the undersheriff contacted you or how that came about.
No, I met with you voluntarily to hear what you had to
Very
say,
kind of
right?
you.
And with looking at the memo, we were speaking of Sachi Hamai. We're looking at the memo where I refer to the July 22nd, 2020 Facebook Live session where Sheriff Villanueva was asked by Vivian Villanueva, his wife, in a written question. She asked, quote, "Is it a felony for the county CEO to be part of the board of the United Way?" And the sheriff responded that it was a felony, citing Cal Government Code 1090. Is that the basis of your complaint to, or your communication to the Attorney General?
No.
You had some other complaint about Sachi Hamai being a volunteer
Again,
board member of the United Way?
Yes, if you were to produce the report, I could tell you who the complaint was.
I don't have it because I thought it was this. Because after the department sent a letter to the Attorney General regarding this incident, Sachi Hamai threatened to sue for defamation and, quote, "a toxic work environment created by a fellow department head." And do you recall that the county then settled that suit for $1.5 million and agreed to provide former Chief Executive Sachi Hamai security for her and her family indefinitely?
I'm unaware of that. I was never a part of that civil action. I don't know about that whatsoever.
But
I
this
know
is
she
the
ultimately
complaint.
resigned. I'm sorry?
This is the complaint about Sachi Hamai being corrupt, that she was a volunteer member of the United Way.
That is a complaint about it, evidently, from the sheriff and his wife. It's not the one that we acted on and initiated a criminal inquiry on. Those are two different documents
Okay.
produced by two different people.
Nothing further on my part. Thank you very much,
All right.
Detective Lillienfeld.
So if there are no further questions,
Don't ask that again, Your Honor.
no, you can step down.
Thanks.
You are done, sir. So you're free to step down and accompany your attorney or whoever it is out of the hearing room here. Thank you.
Okay.
So we've reached a point in the hearing. Are there are no further witnesses today, are there? So there's a question, if you might approach the lectern, because you're both our special counsel and one of our fellow commissioners, double duty today, Commissioner Kennedy. But we might have just a brief discussion before we adjourn. I know we're hitting close to 1 already, but as to how do you see this going forward, and any thoughts on whether we should have, let's say, consider another special hearing into this matter, or discuss that with us.
Well, I think the evidence that the former sheriff assembled a special detail to investigate political enemies or perceived political enemies and oversight officials is substantial. So I don't think we should conclude the special hearings. I think we should take public comment and adjourn, but we can have the ad hoc committee decide whether further information should be taken. But I think that this hearing raises startling questions about how the sheriff's department has targeted this commission and other oversight officials. And unfortunately, because of the repeated claims of confidentiality, it's very difficult to get to the bottom of the matter, although I think we came close.
Okay, so I think that's right. We're probably going to just refer this back to the ad hoc committee to determine whether there should be a next special hearing, who witnesses we might want to consider subpoenaing. I mean, some are pretty obvious, but let me say too, I mean, do a wrap up here of my own. It's deeply, deeply troubling that as early as 2 weeks before he took office, that Sheriff Alex Villanueva was discussing the idea of implementing and standing up a public corruption detail. The evidence is clearly that that's totally unprecedented, never been done by any other sheriff at any time to stand up a special detail. And then what's really troubling is how that special detail, public corruption detail, was used. First of all, the staffing of it is very problematic. I mean, that you would, that you would staff somebody on this as a detective who has been, identified and by a Superior Court judge as having given false testimony. I mean, is this somebody you would want to put on a public corruption detail? I don't know. I think not, by the way. I will answer that. I will make that totally rhetorical. And so the whole idea of how it got staffed and all of that is eyebrow raising. It's clear to everybody. It's even clearer to our last witness, former Detective Lillienfeld, that it is manifestly inappropriate for a law enforcement official, particularly the head of the law enforcement agency, in this case the sheriff, to publicly announce or discuss that a person or an individual is under criminal investigation. I mean, it's if you're looking for a suspect that's on the run, that's the answer he didn't give me. I mean, sometimes you have to identify somebody because you want the public to identify somebody who was just committed a murder and they're in a brown Toyota. But there's no exception here. There's no exception for this, and there's no excuse for it. It's unethical. It's inappropriate to publicly announce criminal investigations of an individual, if for no other reason than that individual cannot even defend themselves. I mean, you're better off being charged. At least you have a chance to go to court and defend yourself. But you can't defend yourself when you have a sheriff who says you're under criminal investigation. It taints, it tarnishes, and it's interesting. There were 55 or 60 cases, apparently 55 or 60 complaints to the public corruption detail, but the only ones that anybody's ever heard of are the investigations of Commissioner Patty Giggins, Supervisor Kuehl, Sachi Hamai, the former CEO, Inspector General Max Huntsman, Maya Lau of LA Times. Those are the only ones you've ever heard of. And there's a reason for that. And I mean, it's hard, the conclusion's almost inescapable, but I really would like to hear from Under Sheriff Murakami and former Sheriff Alex Villanueva as to why any right-minded person wouldn't come to the conclusion that this public corruption detail, which has been dissolved, I applaud Sheriff Luna for that, but this corruption detail, what other conclusion can you come to other than it was set up to intimidate Alex Villanueva's critics, to intimidate individuals that had oversight responsibilities for the sheriff himself and his department, and they are nothing less, when you look at it, they're nothing less than McCarthy-esque type tactics.
Yes.
And
Exactly.
we must be sure that this will never happen again, because there'll never be effective oversight if you've got a sheriff who can launch investigations and identify people as subject to criminal investigations. Who is going to serve on these commissions if that happens? And thank God we have the courage of Commissioner Patty Giggins, who's still here, because she's been willing to serve on this commission. And think of the sacrifice and price she's made to her reputation and peace over violence. I mean, those bells can never be unrung. So in any event, I just wanted to, that's my quick summation. No.
Yeah.
That's my quick summation of where we are so far. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for actually putting together, preparing, and conducting this hearing.
And,
Yes,
and I do want to add that while it is some solace that this unit was disbanded, I don't believe that what we've heard today leaves us any consolation that it couldn't recur unless there are explicit prohibitions, safeguards, and guardrails built in against any language in the code or any language in the manual being bootstrapped into a legitimation for the recurrence or the reconstitution of a secret police detail like we have heard described today and its implications. So I just want to put on the record that this does warrant further policy provisions to ensure that no such entity is reconstituted and that no existing basis, however putative, in the sheriff's code can be used to justify the reformulation of such a so-called public corruption unit with a malleable moral squad type mission that has been used to intimidate Angelenos and to produce disinformation that can be used to sully people's reputations wrongly anytime in the future.
Yeah, that's a good point, by the way, that if we can figure out a policy that would prevent the reoccurrence, we should be thinking about that through the ad hoc committee initially. Now, let me ask before we turn to public comment, any other commissioners want to make a comment or observation or ask Commissioner Kennedy a question?
Yeah, I had a question concerning, because you mentioned that they do have some type of judicial service department, and
Yeah.
why didn't they use that? Can we get more information on that department and what it legally can do?
It investigates threats against judicial officers.
That's
But
what it
yes,
does.
I'll try to submit written information about that particular division.
Okay, but if there's something in policy that sets out their duties, we'll ask staff to get that for you, Commissioner Cooper. Any other comments before I ask Tracy how many public comments we have? Okay, I think we can go to public comment. Do we have any public comments would be public comments on the matter we're discussing here, which is the creation and use of the uh, public corruption detail of the sheriff's department?
Yes, we do have in-house public comments. We do not have any online at this time. We have 7 in-house.
All right, let me invite, why don't you call the first commenter forward?
I will make the announcement in the event there are some online. Good afternoon and welcome. If you wish to speak in person at today's meeting, please turn in your public comment card at the table with the public comment sign. If you are remote, please raise your hand in WebEx and press *3 on your phone. Each person who signs up for a public comment will have 3 minutes to speak unless
Well, I think I said 2 minutes for this, but we'll see if somebody needs.
Unless the chair adjusts your time to 2 minutes.
Well, again, I think that's reasonable given the hour here, and the public comment is limited to the issue that we've been discussing here. So go ahead, Ms. Jordan.
Noted, Chair. I will call the public comment after commissioner discussion. General public comment will be heard near the end of the agenda under non-agenda public comment item. I will now turn to my colleague, Robert Flores, who will announce the public comment rules in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Le damos la bienvenida a esta reunión a miembros de la comunidad quienes prefieren hacer sus comentarios en español. Le daremos 3 minutos y podemos proveer traducción al inglés. Simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y le diremos cómo proceder. Gracias.
The first public comment is from Cindy Nunez.
Okay. Ms. Nunez?
Good afternoon, chairs. Just sitting here, just want to take a couple minutes to say, just sitting here watching Commissioner Kennedy question Detective Fernandez and how he expressed, during the interview, he felt harassed by the commission, and how the attorney was quickly up here to, prevent him from speaking and refer to us as a group. To us, it was very offensive, especially to me, being part of an impacted family, sister of Francisco Nunez, who was killed, tortured, and kidnapped by LASD, which is one of them. So it is just very disrespectful on the impacted families that are sitting here to see someone represent and defend them right away because they're feeling harassed by a question in an interview and a testimony. What about us? We're harassed every day. Our families are harassed every single day. And I have to make sure I document to prove that these people, these deputies are harassing. I have documented just 2 weeks ago that these deputies that feel harassed by a question by Commissioner Kennedy, well, these deputies in Lancaster just pointed a gun at Francisco Nunez's grieving mother. And I have pictures of that. That's harassment. And who's defending us? Who's listening to us? And it's a shame that they're sitting up here feeling harassed and his attorney referring to us as groups. That's very disrespectful and very offensive. This is where the problem is, that they are defended by all means, but us, what about us sitting here? That was disrespectful. And we just sit here and we can't say anything. They're harassed. They get to say they don't recall. I can recall every single thing that these deputies have done to me since March 14th that Francisco Nunez was found dead in an alley. I can sit here and I can recall every single incident, every single thing that they've done to us. They can't recall a thing because it's to their advantage. They're protected. So they can kill people, and that's just what it's going to be. This is the issue here, and it starts here. They need to stop doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is from Cassandra Hernandez. Cassandra Hernandez.
As I come here, it's very discriminating coming, and it's frustrating how every time we come, we hear all these explanations of all the cops and what they do and everything's okay. And how does something get leaked and that doesn't get investigated? Nothing gets investigated. It's not fair. Like my aunt said, you know, these cops get away with everything. They get away with murder. You know, here we are, 211 days of no justice, 211 days of harassment, 211 days of evidence being tampered with, 211 days of reports not matching, 211 days of grieving. It's not fair, you know, making these inappropriate comments. We have Sheriff Luna who tells us, don't ring that bell. And then we have the lawyer telling us inappropriate things. I'm not a group. We're impacted family. You know, we're just here trying to make a statement and let it be known that we're here. We're here fighting for justice. We matter. You know, if it's one of your guys' families, you guys were telling me that you guys wouldn't be impacted and it wouldn't affect you, and you're just gonna sit here and you're gonna be like, it's okay, this is what the normal is. You know, I don't wish that on nobody. This is a pain that it never goes away. And, you know, I hope, you know, these meetings one day I could look back and be like, wow, you guys really did do something and there really is a change here. And, you know, I appreciate some of you guys. You guys are really, really sincere. And, you know, I could see it when you guys are hearing our stories and when you guys have comments and you guys have questions and you guys have concerns. That really does mean a lot because it shows that some of you guys do care. And, you know, and I know we can't always have everybody on our side, but to see that, you know, some of you guys are here and you're listening and you have questions and you're concerned and you're standing up for us. I just want to say I appreciate that. But thank you guys.
Thank you. Next public comment is from Raquel Durfler.
Good afternoon, Raquel Durfler with Cancel the Contract. In a first, I want to go on the record about the behavior of the witnesses counsel that was here today. He accused Commissioner Kennedy and this body of character assassination. By extension, this was causing disrespect to his client. Yet somehow, in the next breath, he is free to call impacted families these people while looking at them to their face in a blatant act of disrespect. So my question is he perhaps, should we make a Cal Bar complaint, as the last witness suggested, should be done against an attorney that asked him a question about his behavior? This hearing laid bare for everyone to witness firsthand LASD's arrogance, defiance, and doublespeak when it comes to questions about their conduct. LASD expects everyone to follow the rules, to be held accountable for their actions, but to not hold themselves to the same standard. We have deputies from the Lancaster station, including Deputy Jimenez and Simi, pointing firearms at an unarmed community elder based on some report they got that someone ran into that house when the occupants of that house are saying there was no one here. They pulled up in 5 or 6 squad cars, and as Mrs. Nunez has explained, she does have pictures and video. We also had a female deputy who refused to give her name or her badge number when she was asked by Cindy. She was told, kind of paraphrasing, she doesn't have to fucking give information. She doesn't have to give them shit, excuse my language, but that was what the deputy said to a community member. My last question is, I wonder if that use of force is going to be reported, if LASD is going to follow their own rules and not engage in like public corruption by actually reporting those pointing a firearm, which is now a requirement of their newly updated use of force policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, Vanessa Perez. Vanessa Perez. Okay, moving on. Next public comment, Selena Coleman.
First of all, I want to thank everybody that's here and making this happen. My family is in year 9 of this. I want to say, as a LA County employee, we identify that we're county employees and we still get the harassment. If it was anybody in any other department, we would be suspended. We would be home without pay. And so we need to really look at what's going on. Their attorneys took pictures of us. Are those pictures going to be used for more harassment in the community? Everybody knows my story here. I live in Kern County because every time we were doing a rally, I would have police at my door at 3 o'clock in the morning, harassing my family. My daughter, whose boyfriend was killed by the police, was arrested in March of 2023 and held for 14 days. Paperwork was submitted saying that she was in front of a judge when she never went in front of the judge. And every time I called to inquire, we got mixed information. If I talked to a uniformed officer, she was not being compliant in all of this. But when I talked to health staff, she was compliant, she was listening, she was trying to get her COVID test, all kind of things. So we know that this is real. And again, I appreciate y'all because we have came a long way. We came so far that I'm willing to talk because in the beginning I wasn't. You can ask Mr. Kennedy how many times he approached me and I took his card and said, thank you, and kept moving. So again, I thank you. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not scared. I'm blessed to be here and I'm going to continue to be here, whether it's online or in person. So again, I want to thank everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, public comment, Helen Jones. And if the final speaker can step in line, that's in-house, Stephanie Luna.
Thank you, commissioners, today for holding this meeting. But we really want this commission to know how important that these meetings continue. We need these hearings because this is the place, this is the only place that us, the public and the communities get to have these deputies come up here. Y'all get to really see what they really saying, what the in between the words that we would not ever get to hear in the courtroom, because a lot of our cases don't even make it into a courtroom. And especially what the sheriff department is doing today is threatening family members for their retirement. So most times today, families can't even push forward with their cases to even sue the sheriff department and get some of these deputies in the courtroom to prove what happened to their kids. Even with my son, of course, y'all know my son was murdered by the 3,000 Boys Deputy Sheriff Gang members. And I really truly understand how the families feel and how their families being, like they said, their family was beat to death, killed and shot and killed in the alley and left in the alley to die. This is the only body that will hold the sheriff department accountable for talking and letting us really understand what's going on in the sheriff department and were they able to talk personally for we can really understand the lies and see between, because we see the lies. Y'all see the lies. We're pretty sure y'all do too. So we really want to just make sure that these hearings continue. Please do not stop these hearings. This is the only place that the public and us as a community and as family members have. This is the only place we have to where the sheriff department have to come and talk. This is all we have. So we really will hope that y'all keep these hearings going because they are very important to us.
Thank you. Stephanie Luna, next speaker.
How's it going, everyone? I think I want to start this conversation off by thanking the commission. Sean, I want to thank you for stepping up and, doing the questioning. I also want to thank the commissioners that are sitting, on the board that are facing the harassment. I know it's not easy to continue showing up when you're, pretty much battling an entity that has the ability to take your life and get away with it, So I do want to thank those of you that are facing the harassment that continue showing up. We see you, it's valid, and I appreciate it. As far as the hearing today, I think it was interesting the way that, the questioning was being done. It was interesting to hear the answers, and it was also interesting to see the way that attorney stood up, to defend Sergeant Fernandez when, claims of harassment. When he did mention that he was being harassed by groups, I have no issue being part of that conversation of being a group because, yes, I am part of the group that is searching for accountability. I am part of the group that is searching for answers, part of the group that is willing to show up and be consistent in finding a way to hold the department accountable, because like Sister Helen mentioned, this is one of the only spaces where, you know, you can get deputies on the stand and question them and really get to the root of what's going on, not just within the communities, but what's going on behind the scenes. And yeah, it's just the overall appreciation for everything that you guys have done, have continued to do. It's been a long 6 years, specifically for my family, dealing with harassment, dealing with intimidation, dealing with, you know, the civil process and everything that comes with being an impacted family. And if there's one thing I've learned from coming to this commission is that there's truth and power in speaking out. So to the families here, keep showing up, keep fighting back, don't back down, don't let the department take any more from you than they already have, because, you know, they're afraid of us for a reason. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 online public comments. The first one is Carlos Montez. Carlos, you have been unmuted.
Yes, I guess I'll thank you also. This is Carlos Montes. I'm a longtime Chicano activist in Mohawk, East LA. I'm a member of Centro CSO, Community Service Organization. We fight for police accountability. But you know what? I'm glad at this hearing because you're exposing how Villanueva and this corruption unit was actually political witch hunt. And, you know, poor Patty Giggins, you know, I'm sorry that you had to face that raid at your house in the morning, and also Sheila Q. So I'm glad we got rid of Villanueva, but we got to get rid of this special unit on corruption that was used for political attacks. For critics of Villanueva, the Civilian Oversight Commission. You know, we got a new sheriff, so hopefully he won't. I would say we would ask him to abolish this unit because the sheriff, the courts have no business in investigating and raiding or arresting people who are totally protesting U.S. policy or police corruption or police brutality, right? Especially in these times now that we're all protesting. I myself was a victim of a raid at 5 a.m. by the SWAT sheriffs for my political beliefs. The search warrant said that I was being investigated for domestic terrorism for supporting the Palestinians and the Colombians. And, you know, I was exonerated. All I was doing was expressing my solidarity with the struggle of the Palestinian people back in 2011 and the struggle of the Colombian people to free themselves from U.S. imperialism, I'll say it. And I denounced back then, what's his name, Clinton, for funding millions of dollars for Plan Colombia, that all it did was kill Colombian folks. So thank you for denouncing this witch hunt. This unit has to be abolished. We have to continue to denounce any witch hunts against anybody, whether it's the COC or people out in the street like myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Final online speaker, Julie Martinez. Julie, you have been unmuted.
The commission, thank you for holding this special commission. I have a lot of things to say in a short amount of time, but first off, I can honestly say you did not necessarily shed this to light, and I can explain that because I am one of the group, that group that was described. I'm the grandmother. My grandson was killed by a deputy sheriff who's part of a gang in East LA. And that other group that he tried to disparage by categorizing us as being possibly unsavory and impolite, you know, that other group, we make up a powerful group. We are a group of families. We have teachers, nurses, doctors, attorneys. That group is very, very powerful. And so much so that my eldest is finishing her 3rd year in a top 10 law school because she was inspired to study law because of the corruption in the LA County Sheriff Department. So thank you. You did shed light. But what I want to tell you is you've shed light in a way, the positive way is that you've been a community partner for this group, that other group that he described. You have been our partner and you have utilized the power of your commission and your positions within the community. You have used that to bring forth this corrupt unit of Villanueva. He has wreaked so much damage on our community. And the reason that I started with saying you did not shed light is that the community has been complaining about the corruption of sheriff department for decades. However, we're at the point where you are doing a tremendous amount of positive good for our community by bringing this forward. I have a last ask of you as commission. Can you please present this type of commission at
There are no further public comments at this time.
All right. I'm just wondering, before we conclude, do any commissioners have anything they want to add before we adjourn? Hearing none, but this special hearing of the Civilian Oversight Commission is adjourned. Thank you all. And thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, particularly.